Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The May 20, 2009 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. I make this announcement at every single meeting. It's just a precautionary announcement to advise you that this building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. So should alarms activate, please leave through the exits, and our marshals will be out there to tell you when it's safe to re-enter the building. We have no reason to believe that would happen, but we do this in an abundance of caution. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation by Reverend Sergio Marcello, Senior Pastor, Lord of Harvest Church and Secretary General, Las Vegas Filipino American Pastoral Movement, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Maraming salamat po, dakilang Diyos, sa iyong kabutihan. Patuloy niyo pong pagpalain ang chamber na ito, Panginoon, sa pangunguna ni Mayor Goodman. Pagpalain niyo po siya at patuloy na iahon itong syudad ng Las Vegas. We thank you, Father God, for this wonderful day. We thank you for your blessing, O God. We continue to pray that you prosper this city through our beloved Mayor Goodman. And I pray, Father God, that blessings, prosperity, and protection be upon us all. Grant us wisdom and direction, O God, as we proceed with this meeting. We ask this in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Good morning once again, everybody. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and we welcome you here to the meeting. As you see, we're a little short as far as the council is concerned. We have excused Councilman Steinman, Councilman Ross, and Councilwoman Tarkanian from the meeting. They have reasons that they can't be here, which are very valid and legitimate. For our first item, we're going to recognize the May Employee of the Month, and I would like to ask Candy Falder, Acting Director of the Finance and Business Services Department, and Business Services Supervisor Carol Meyer to join us at the podium. Carol? I'm proud to announce, and Jim DiFiore also, our Chief of Licensing with the city. I'm proud to announce that the May Employee of the Month is Victoria Rosemore. Victoria, please join us. And I understand your sister is with you? Not with you. Okay. Victoria is a senior license officer with the Finance and Business Service Department, and she's been with the city since 1998. Victoria has been instrumental in streamlining the business license inspection process and standardizing forms and procedures to ensure high levels of customer service. She assisted in the establishment of the multi-agency task team, and this team includes representatives from various city departments, public agency, and utility companies with the goal of making the licensing and inspection process a collaborative effort to solve problems. Prior to this licensing process boy, who wrote this? I think I can figure it out. Prior to this licensing process, there were a lot of complications, let's put it that way. And it was determined that several different organizations would need to be involved. Victoria, you were smart enough to figure this out because whoever wrote this couldn't. Okay? Victoria and her team were recognized in 2008 by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's Downtown Area Command as being an invaluable resource in abating problem properties in the city core. So on behalf of the entire City Council, we'd like to congratulate you on being named the May 2009 Employee of the Month, and along with this beautiful plaque, which is now yours, you will receive a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union. So congratulations. Let's have a big round of applause. And Candy, do you want to, Carol, go ahead.
Victoria is one of our hardest working employees that we have in our section. We're very busy, and she's tasked with many challenges and opportunities to work with other agencies and to be able to help keep the community safe. And she has a great team spirit. She's a great lead, and she is very results oriented. She strives to make sure that her team gets everything completed on time and as efficiently as possible. And I know everyone that works with her really has a high level of respect, as we all do, and she does a great job.
Thank you. Jim?
I'll echo many of Carol's comments, and for the young ladies in the audience today, this is a good role model for you to follow. She is definitely a very hard worker, is very proactive, and she's a very good team player, and I'm sure she'll want to acknowledge her team that's here today, too. Thank you, Victoria. You're doing a wonderful job.
I definitely want to thank everybody, Jim, Candy, Mark, Carol. Gosh, you guys are so supportive. And to my team, Bravo, my gosh, we wouldn't shine without you. With your work ethic, your high standards, your cooperation, just the respect we have for others and each other. It's made a big difference. And to the multi-agency task team, I can't thank all of you guys enough, the agencies, the departments, the utility companies, all that contribute to assisting in making the city safer. Thank you very, very much.
Would you like the multi-agency task force representatives who are here to stand up?
Oh, yes.
Or would you be kind enough to stand up so we can thank you as well, the multi-agency task force folks?
They're all taking care of crime.
Oh, okay. They're actually working in the city. That's a wonderful thing. All right, I think a bonus should be given to each one who is not here. Okay, Betsy? Very good. Congratulations. For our next item, we're going to recognize the Senior of the Quarter, and Mel Henkin is here to tell us about the honoree. Mel?
Of the senior board, but I'm also treasurer of Jude 22, and I would like to thank the board, the council, and employees of the city for their efforts in raising food at the end of last year for Jude 22. I'm delighted to honor a senior who commits her time to improving the lives of her community. Shirley Hutchinson, please come to the podium. One day the door opened, Shirley wandered in and said, "Do you need or can you use a volunteer?" She hasn't left. Shirley volunteers daily at Jude 22, the Senior Nutrition Center. She arrives early and stays late. She folds clothes and helps bag beans, rice, and other dry goods. The whole place is kept spotless thanks to Shirley's efforts. Shirley is willing to give a hand in all activities, For Jude's annual holiday event, she contacted and received gifts from strip and downtown casinos. With her help and other donations, over 300 gifts were collected, and Shirley wrapped every one of those. During the holiday, she also took time to help a team of volunteers wrapping hundreds of presents for school children, spearheaded by Councilman Barlow's office in December. That was in her spare time. Shirley loves working with seniors and relates well to them. Her experience and advice are treasured at Jude 22. At 77 years old, you're 79, pardon me.
Who wrote yours, Mel?
Shirley keeps fit by walking 3 miles a day and swimming at the Y 3 times a week. The exercise keeps her young and helps her keep a positive frame of mind. It is our privilege to recognize Shirley as Senior of the Quarter. And by the way, if you would like to nominate a senior who lives in the city of Las Vegas for his or her community involvement and volunteerism, please contact the city's Neighborhood Services Department to obtain a nomination form. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ron. And Shirley, this is for you. Congratulations. And would you please say a couple of remarks?
I would like to thank the mayor and the city councilors board for this opportunity to receive this award. I would like to thank Hattie Soil at Jude 22 for nominating me. I met the mayor once on Valentine's Day in a cafeteria at Lake Mead Hospital in 2003. Now, Mel says you have a good memory. Do you remember? There was only 3 of us there. You, me, and I was a nobody.
Now, when I was a nobody, but my brain cells they're disappearing as a result of all the gin.
They had all these red hearts all
Oh, of course I remember. Of course.
Of course, all right. And Mel was right. I'd like to thank Mel Hinken, Mary Foster, Maria Couch, and they're all wonderful people, and I'm happy for the warm welcome they have shown toward me. I would like to thank God for enabling me to be a volunteer. I walked into Jude 22 over a year ago, and I never left. Now, one of my children told me this morning, he said, you just tell them that you just love doing volunteer service, and I do. So God bless you.
Well, God bless you. You're the best. That's wonderful. Thank you very much. Congratulations. For our next item, Councilman Wolfson is going to recognize National Missing Children's Day. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Good morning, everybody. Just out of curiosity, if you're under 18 years of age, raise your hand. Come on, look at all the youngsters we have. I was just telling them to raise. Okay, you can put your hands down now. That's just fantastic that a majority of our audience today are young kids and the youth of Las Vegas and our future generations. So welcome here today. I'd like to give you a little background on our presentation this morning involving the National Missing Children's Day. I'd like you to take a look at some of the pictures on the monitor. These are children that are currently missing. If you recognize any of them, please contact Nevada Child Seekers today. I'm sure many of you know the name Adam Walsh. He was a young boy whose abduction from a shopping mall in Florida drew national attention back in 1981. His father, John Walsh, was very vocal about the lack of coordination among local law enforcement agencies. He became an advocate for changes in the way law enforcement communicates across jurisdictional lines and went on to host the show America's Most Wanted. Many of you, though, may not know that just 3 weeks earlier than that, on May 25, 1979, Etan Patz disappeared from New York City while on his way to school. Etan's father, a professional photographer, distributed black and white photographs in a desperate effort to find his son. This small effort created national media attention and drew focus to the nation's problem of child abduction and the lack of plans to address this problem. These high-profile cases led to photographs of missing children on milk cartons and eventually to even broader efforts, including what we now know today as Amber Alerts. In 1983, President Ronald Reagan proclaimed May 25th National Missing Children's Day, and each year since then, this day serves as a reminder to our citizens to renew efforts to reunite missing children with their families. When you see a poster or mailer with a picture of a missing child, please look twice. You never know, you might be the person who brings this child back to his or her home. I'd also like to remind all parents to keep a current high-quality photograph of your children readily available in case of an emergency. Now today we have somebody from the Nevada Child Seekers Board. Jay, are you here? Jay Nichols? Okay, come on up, Jay. Jay is a fellow member of the board of Nevada Child Seekers. Jay, come on up. On behalf of the mayor and the entire Las Vegas City Council, there's only 3 of us here. There's 3 of us missing. We are honored to proclaim May 25th, 2009 as National Missing Children's Day, and I'll present you with this proclamation. And then I understand you're prepared to make a little presentation yourself. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, she's here.
Okay.
Why don't we ask Carissa Hirabayashi? How'd I do? Carissa, would you come forward, please? Carissa is the winner of the Nevada Missing Child Poster Contest. Is that right? Okay, well, Jay, I'm going to turn it over to you and ask you to present this recognition.
Bianca from the office. We have Bianca's with the Nevada Child Seekers. She works in the office. We have a plaque here. This is the poster that was made. Why don't you hold that? Yeah. And though the poster is beautiful, the words that she wrote that demonstrate this poster were even more beautiful. And if you would you like to read what you wrote? Good. Describe your poster.
In my poster, I drew a broken heart and a girl walking alone alongside a road because the heart symbolizes how sad everybody is when somebody goes missing. The road is what children go on when they go missing. They're all alone and need help. They can't support themselves on their own.
Very nice.
And here's a plaque that we had made up for you. Carissa, thank you very much. It's a beautiful, very beautiful poster. And the words you've written, I can't believe you're only in 5th grade. Thank you.
What's going to happen with that poster? How are they going to use it?
I actually, Bianca might know.
This poster represents that she has won the state level as the Missing Child Poster Contest. And then every state winner is entered into a national level. The national level winners have already been chosen, but we are happy that she has won first place at the state level of Nevada.
On behalf of Nevada Child Seekers, we'd like to thank Councilman Wilson, the mayor, the rest of the city council for your continued support throughout the years. You set a very high priority in keeping the children safe in Nevada, and we appreciate that. Just a little information, last year with the help of the great community, we were able to assist more than 350 families locate their missing children. We were able to provide abduction and exploitation prevention education to more than 13,000 children and provide thousands of child ID packets, and we couldn't do that without the support of the council and the entire city. Thank you very much.
Thank you for what you do. We appreciate it. Thank you. For our next item, Councilman Steinman wanted to recognize an outstanding group of young people. As I told you before, he can't be with us today, but we want to make sure we congratulate the 5th grade students from Mountain View Lutheran School and Ruthie Deskin Elementary School. The students have completed the Great American Pride program, which includes, this is pretty good, listen to this, learning the Pledge of Allegiance, the preamble to the Constitution, the Star-Spangled Banner, the states and the capitals, all 44 presidents, and the Gettysburg Address. And it's fitting that today we're going to ask these students to recite the Gettysburg Address because, you know, on Monday we have Memorial Day, and that's the time where we think about the Gettysburg Address and when President Abraham Lincoln addressed the soldiers on the fields of Gettysburg in Pennsylvania, talking about the sacrifice that all of those on both sides have made during the Civil War. So when we hear that today, please think in terms of what's going to be coming up this coming Monday. So I'd like to ask all the students who are going to be participating to stand up. And because I want to make you into movie stars, please turn around, because that's where the camera is. And once you're ready, let's hear the Gettysburg Address. All right. That was excellent. That was really wonderful, and I want to thank the students for your hard work. That's not easy to do. I wish some people who appeared in front of the council would be that smart. It didn't come out exactly the way I wanted it to, but I'd like to thank the teachers and the parents who worked so diligently. You had to. This is not learned just at school. I know it's learned at home for the time that they put in to make these children really excel. And we have some certificates of accomplishment, which we're going to give to your teachers to hand out to each of you after the meeting. And we congratulate you. And once again, a round of applause for these very bright young students. And for our next item, Councilman Barlow is going to recognize those who participated in and supported a recent athletic event for young people that also blended in a healthy dose of Academics. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, let me ask, is Joanne Loster here? Joanne? Okay. Joanne, ladies and gentlemen, is a wonderful lady, and this is on behalf of Councilwoman Tarkanian, who is not here today. Joanne participated with the Councilwoman in providing the first, second, and third place trophies to the winners of the March Mini Madness that took place this past March. And so we wanted to formally recognize Joanne for your contribution to the young people and supporting Councilwoman in her efforts to continue to give back to the young people. And so I'll make sure that you get this proper recognition from her office shortly after the meeting, as soon as we get in contact with you. And I'm pretty sure you're looking right now. Hopefully you are looking. At this time, I would like to also ask that Mr. Edric Dickens, as well as Phil Thompson, and I believe I saw Bill Tyler in the room. Would you all please come forward? These gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, are a part of the Leisure Services staff, and they put on a great mini March Madness for the community of West Las Vegas. And I would like for you all to come and stand with me today, because this could not have been possible without you all. So thank you so very much for all your support and due diligence. Thank you so very much. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize the winners of the Mini March Madness. The Mini March Madness, just to give you some background, is a program that, how long has it been going now, Bill? This is the third year that it's taken place. And what it is a group of, not a group, but various teams from throughout the community during the month of March. And of course, everyone knows with College March Madness, we basically have tournaments at the Doolittle Community Center, and Councilwoman Tarkanian also had tournaments in her district as well. And those tournaments are basically narrowed down to the Sweet 16 and the final two winners and champions. However, today I would like to recognize the champions from the Doolittle Community Center today that are here with us. And before I bring these students up, I would also like to bring forward Mr. Jerome Williams, a.k.a. JYD. Come forward, sir. This is a very inspirational young man, Mayor and Council, and I have had the opportunity of meeting him and being in his presence. And he shared some very strong words for the young people in respect to his background and what he did and how he continues to give back to the community in such a great way. No, come forward, because I'm going to put you on the spot real quick. You stand next to me and make me look like Tiny Jim. And if you will, just share with the audience who you are, what you're about, and why is it that you give back to the community in such a great way that you are, outside of the great height that you are.
Good morning. Thank you, Councilman, Mayor, for inviting me here today. I played 9 years in the NBA, and upon getting drafted to the Detroit Pistons in 1996, after graduating from Georgetown University, I realized through some help of my brother Johnny that it was important for me to give back to the community, not just by words, but by actions. And we've developed the JYD Project, which assists teachers, students, community leaders in so doing. And with programs such as the Academics First Mini March Madness that went down here in Las Vegas and has been going on for the past 3 years, it was a perfect opportunity for me to help out at the Doolittle Recreation Center, as well as Marivelli with Councilman Tarkanian, and really just stress to the kids the importance of their education. I would not be standing here today if I wasn't a graduate as well as a professional athlete. And the graduation and the education came first. My parents really stressed that growing up. And I'm just here as a pillar in the community to help the kids understand that what their parents are teaching them at home is very important to their future and very important to our community. So I'm just thankful and blessed to be here to continue my work assisting these great citizens of and leaders of our community in their outreach with kids. And I look forward to doing more. I've only been in the city for 2.5 years, so I've pretty much braved 2 summers. And Mayor told me when I got here, if I lasted 2 summers, I'd be a resident. So, so thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more person I would like to recognize is, and ask to bring forward if she's here, Lelaine Collins. Where's Lelaine from Marabelli? There she is. Lelaine, thank you so very much. Come forward. Because this is where Councilwoman Tarkanian's teams played. Is that accurate? Okay, great. Thank you. So I want you to stand with us as well. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring forward the young people and the winners from the Doolittle Community Center, My Way Ballers. Come forward. Is the coach here as well? Do we have the coach here from My Way? Come forward, Coach. And Coach, what I'm going to do is present you with the certificates. Come forward. You all can stand right here in front of the podium. And on behalf of the mayor and city councils, that's good. Come stand right here. You're good. You're good. There you go. Perfect. On behalf of the mayor and council, I would like to recognize you and congratulate you all for a job well done on being the champions for the Mini March Madness. Thank you so very much. And would you just say a couple words? Thank you.
We would like to thank everybody for giving us a chance and opportunity to be in here today. Thank you so much, Doolittle community, mayor, and city councilman. This team was put together by an organization of single mothers, and I'm the VP and the coach of the team. We have a couple of members that couldn't be here today because they did not want to miss school, so hands up to them, and we just like to thank you guys again, and God bless everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. All right. Next, I would like to bring forward Lady Knicks Packs. Come forward, ladies. And Coach, is the coach here? Okay. If you all please come stand in front of the podium. Coach. And I'll present this to the coach, the certificates to be distributed accordingly. And congratulations to you, Coach. And I would like for you to say a few words, if you will. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Good morning. My name is Kevin Nixon, and this is about half of the team here, missing about maybe 3 or 4 who also decided to stay at school today. I want to say thank you to the City Council, to Phil, Lelaine, especially because this was, I believe, the first for the girls. So I want to say thank you very much for thinking of the young ladies out here in the community too, and putting together a tournament for them also. I want to let you know this is some of the best and the brightest that we have here in Las Vegas as far as athletes and dealing with academics. They all have super grades, wonderful grades, and they're wonderful girls. So you can look forward to them to doing great things in high school also. So I wanted to say once again, thank you.
Thank you. And congratulations to you, champs. Congratulations, ladies. Keep up the great work. And next we have Swoosh Wolf Packs. If the Swoosh Wolf Packs would come forward, as well as your coach. Mayor, when I was in elementary school, I had an afro bigger than that. Stand right here, right here. You're good, you're good.
What happened?
Age faded it away. Wow. I'm going to stand next to my hero. Coach?
Thank you for standing next to me.
All right.
Just kidding. I'd like to also say thank you, Mayor Goodman, City Council, the City of Las Vegas, and the parents. We appreciate your support. These kids are special. Every one of them are special, and having the opportunity to play in this tournament was something we all appreciated. They're not only just good kids and good basketball players. They understand where they're at in life, and they understand family first, school second, basketball third. They get confused sometimes, but we try to keep them, as coaches, we try to keep them straight. So I appreciate them, and I appreciate you guys very much. Thank you for what you've done for us.
On behalf of the mayor and council, I would like to present these certificates to you and your champion team. And guys, keep up the good work. Thank you so very much. Thank you. And Mayor, if you don't mind, just one more. Bill, if you come forward and just say just a few words. I want to thank Bill publicly for a great job that he has done with picking up the Mini March Madness Academics First. And just please share a few words before we end today. Thank you, Bill.
Mayor Goodman, Council, and Councilman Barlow, we want to say to you, thank you very much for putting academics first. because we know this is something that you wanted to carry on. And with your good graces, you allowed us to expand that program so that other kids, and especially young women, could get involved in this program and think academics first. So we want to say thank you to the parents. I want to say thank you to my department director, Billy Baston, for giving us the opportunity to do this and supporting us. And we just want to say we're going to continue to expand with your approval to other areas in the city. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. And before the gentlemen sit down, I have a little story about Jerome Williams here. He's a man who puts his words as bond, and he came into this community saying he was going to make a difference, and he's just giving and giving and giving. I had the privilege of being with him, I'd say about 6 weeks ago. Yes. About 6 weeks ago, he was responsible for taking over an old, virtually abandoned building in the city of Las Vegas on East Sahara. And he elicited the help of various church groups in the community without asking for any kind of financial assistance from the city, and they made that into a first-class community center. So he's a very, very special person in our community, and we're going to look forward to the wonderful work that you do for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Good job. Thank you. Okay, our final item is going to be the recognition of the Nevada Blind Children's Foundation. We know that Councilwoman Tarkanian wanted to express her deep thanks for the work that the Nevada Blind Children's Foundation is doing, but she's unable to be with us today. However, I'd like to ask Tony Spilsbury and Linda Mainin from the foundation to please join us up here. Ladies? The Nevada Blind Children's Foundation is the first and only organization for children who are blind or visually impaired in Nevada. The organization provides family support groups, after-school help, blind-specific technology, and enrichment programs. And one of the greatest services the organization provides is a resource library offering Braille and electronic books and adaptive games. And for that, we have a proclamation where we're declaring today, actually the entire month, May of 2009, Nevada Blind Children's Foundation Month, and we urge all of our citizens and employees of the City of Las Vegas to join with us in recognizing the children in our community who are blind or visually impaired. Ladies, thank you very much for your service to our community.
On behalf of the Nevada Blind Children's Foundation, we'd like to thank you, Mayor Goodman, and all of the councilmen for this proclamation. We are only one of 2 states in the entire United States that does not have a school for the blind. So with this recognition and our Ladybug campaign that's going on this month in May, we would like to springboard that and make a school happen in this city. So I thank you for all of your support. And of course, you can get your pins or join us on www.nvblindchildren.org.
How many blind children or visually impaired children do we have there?
There are about 80. So we are a small number, but sometimes that's why we get overlooked.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your efforts.
Okay, I definitely will. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for coming down. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Here we go. That kid is such a nice kid. That Jerome Williams? He's a soft-spoken, nice kid. While we wait for a quorum, I'd like to congratulate Derek Major from our Marshals Service. His daughter was one of the recipients of the basketball awards.
Hey, Derek.
Over there. Okay, before we get started with the meeting, we have a group of elementary school students with us today. The students are from William E. Ferrin Elementary School, and we would like to welcome you to our City Council meeting and invite your student council to join us up here. If you'd be kind enough to come up and sit next to us, and be happy to have you with us today. Yeah, they have. Okay, that's a good thing. Hi, what's your name?
Vanessa.
Hi, Vanessa. Are you the president?
Yeah.
Okay. This is what we're going to do. We're going to ask each of these youngsters to tell us their name, and I sort of like that move. That was a good move. And also, if you'd be kind enough to tell us what office you hold on the City Council. So we'll start with Vanessa, okay? Just stand up here.
Hi, I'm Vanessa, and I'm the president of William E. Ferrin Elementary School.
And Vanessa, what's your last name?
Frias.
Okay. Nice having you with us. Here we go, Andrew.
Start all over again.
Hi, I'm the Vice President of William E. Ferrin, and my name's Andrew McKinley.
That's a good fella. Okay, young lady.
Hi, my name is Kiana, and I'm the Secretary of William E. Ferrin.
Hi, my name is Mariah, and I'm historian of William E. Ferrin.
Very good.
Hi, I'm Jessica Poma, and I'm the treasurer of William E. Ferrin.
That's one I like, the treasurer. That's good. All right, well, thank you for joining us here today. This is great. We're going to call our first item, which is item number 11, and that's any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have a couple, three items. Item number 29, consent item, business name change for restaurant service bar liquor caterer license, Ivy Grill LLC, doing business from Ivy Grill LLC to Garfield's 2620 Regatta Drive, Suite 117 and 118. Staffs would like that to be held in advance until our June 3rd, 2009 meeting. And item 56 is a public hearing on report of expenses to recover costs for vacant and abandoned buildings at 901 West McWilliams Avenue, units 101 through 104, 106, 201 through and 202, 205, 206, 301 through 306, 401 through 406, 501 through 505, 601 through 606, 701 and 702, 704, 705 and 706, 801 through 803, 806, 808 through 810, 902, 903 and 4, 906 and 7, and 1001 West McWilliams Avenue, Moulin Rouge Properties. We'd like that to be held in advance to our July 15, 2009 meeting. And item 65 is memorandum of understanding between the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, Urban Chamber of Commerce, and Nevada System of Higher Education for an assessment of amended and restated disposition and development agreement on 3.34 acre site in the Las Vegas Enterprise Park as well as a lease agreement for the Las Vegas Business Center at 1951 Stella Lake Drive Street. Staff asks that to be stricken. Are there any other items at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these 3 items forward and take appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 12 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of April 15, 2009. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Hearing no addition or deletion, I'll make a motion for the final approval of the final minutes.
All right, let's vote on that, please. You could hit this one here. There you go. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we come to the consent agenda. Items 13 through 52, with the exception of 29, are considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? Ms. Meyer?
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. We have one item that we would like to bring forward for a correction. It's item number 32.
Okay. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time?
Yes, Mayor. Item number 14.
All right. Any others? All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion to approve items 13 through 52 with the exceptions of 14, 29, and 32.
Thank you. Let's
All
vote.
conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote on that. Wait a second. I don't think I didn't do it. Where's the little thing go? Oh, there it is. Now do it, please. There you go. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll call item 14. Item 14 is approval of the ratification of Zach Bucher in a council support position as the council liaison to the mayor's office. Council Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. I just wanted to personally congratulate Zach. I believe he's going to do a great job in your office, and I just wanted to say that publicly.
Well, I appreciate that. He's a very nice young man. I hope he's working instead of hanging around here, but he's a recent graduate. He got his master's degree this past Saturday at UNLV,
yes.
And he's just a very decent fellow, and is really looking forward to working on the 10th floor of City Hall with all the council and my staff, and he is welcome to the city. So I appreciate that. And may I move for this?
Yes, please.
All right, I move for approval. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for doing that, Councilman. Item 32 is approval of a new temporary beer wine cooler on sale license subject to the provisions of the fire codes and health department regulations for Crazy Sushi, Inc., doing business as Crazy Sushi at 7160 North Durango Boulevard, Suite 140. This is in Ward 6. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members of council, the only correction we need on this agenda item is to remove the word temporary. This is approval of a new license, and it's not a temporary license.
All right, very good. May I have a motion?
With that correction, Your Honor, I make a motion for approval of this item, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 53 is a public hearing and possible action on the submittal of the City of Las Vegas 2009 to 2010 action plan to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development pertaining to all wards. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Harson.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This agenda item is requesting Council's approval to submit the Las Vegas 2009-2010 action plan to HUD. HUD requires each and every year that the City of Las Vegas submits an annual action plan that captures all the activities we'll be doing with our federal funds. Where's the clicker? Here we go. Do I have it? There we go. The city's HUD action plan outlines the housing, public services, and community development activities for the use of federal funds that will be undertaken by the city from July 1st of 2009 through June 30th of 2010. All the projects and programs contained within the plan were recommended by the CDRB that was approved by City Council at the March 18th meeting. The action plan basically documents all the planned activities into one single document that we in turn submit to HUD. The city will receive a total of $8,901,511 through the federal and state funding sources, including ADDI, which is the American Dream Down Payment Initiative, CDBG, ESG, and HOPWA. The action plan also incorporates funding of the City of Las Vegas' single-family rehab program, bond payments for community centers, future CIP construction costs, and administrative costs. I just want to clarify that these funds are separate and apart from the stimulus funds that the city is currently pursuing as well. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Tim Whitwright, who from the Neighborhood Development. He is a manager that will explain the actual citizen participation and public notification.
Thank you, Mr. Whitwright.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The citizen participation portion of the plan, of course, required by HUD. Actually, our neighborhood planners brought information out to our neighborhoods and neighborhood meetings that were held throughout this year. As a matter of fact, they also brought out surveys, community needs surveys as well, that were completed by citizens. In addition, we held 8 public meetings through the Community Development Recommending Board to review the applications as well as hear presentations. The action plan was also made available it was advertised in local newspapers and also made available at community centers within the city so that citizens could review as well as provide comments on the plan. The summary of the public comments, we actually did receive some verbal comments, none of which required any changes to the plan, however. The expectation is that the Department of Housing and Urban Development will approve our action plan by June of this year, 2009. And at this point, if we have any questions about the plan or any of the allocations that were made.
Very good. Are there any questions? All right, hearing none. This is a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard, you're more than welcome to be heard at this time. All right, I don't see anybody coming forward, so we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor, I move to accept the report, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Item 54 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned dangerous building located at 4305 Las Lomas Avenue in the amount of $2,271.75 and to assess a maximum of $35,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Darrell Bassler, and the property is located in Ward 1. Mr. Smith.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification.
I don't believe it's up on the video. Do we have a video of this one? Here we go. Thank you.
When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Weaver Construction, Inc. to board and secure the City of Las Vegas specifications, remove refuse, waste, graffiti, trim, cut, and remove weeds and turf grass exceeding 8 inches in height in all yards, and post no trespassing vehicles dumping signs. To date, there have been 4 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of May 1982 was $54,600. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $1,125 for work completed by Weaver Construction, Inc., in addition to other fees for a total of $2,271.75, and consider assessing a maximum of $35,550 in daily civil penalties.
Are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Folks, it's a public hearing. Is the owner here, Darrell Bassler? Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow staff's recommendation and to assess the maximum of $35,550 in daily civil penalties.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. I will say this. The council, I'd say within the past 6 months, developed a policy of trying to get the attention of these folks who have these vacant, abandoned, dangerous nuisance type homes, and we've been assessing civil penalties, and I believe it was Councilman Wilson who asked at our briefing or at our budget hearing yesterday whether or not we're collecting any of these, and apparently some substantial amounts of money are coming to the city, particularly from banks who have taken over these properties in order to get the title cleared so they'll be able to sell them as part of their inventory. So I want the public to understand this, that the fines that are assessed are placed as a lien on the property. The property owner isn't asked to go into their pocket and to pay us, but it's a wake-up call, and when the property is sold, the lien will be satisfied as a result of the monies at the sale. But I also want the public to know, and this is important, that if you have an assessment and you want to work with the city to clean up the property, we will work with you and we'll make an adjustment in what has been assessed if there's a good faith effort on the part of the property owner. Our objective, of course, is to keep these properties from going vacant and to that are ruining neighborhoods because of the blight that they provide. So I just felt this is the appropriate time to make
Mayor,
that statement.
if I could add on to that, please.
Certainly.
Working with Councilwoman Tarkanian's office and Councilwoman Tarkanian, the reason I made the motion for the total of $35,550 civil penalties is because nobody was here representing the owner. It looks like he's not trying to make any effort at all to do what we're asking him to do. So that's the reason why we decided to impose the $35,550 penalty on that item.
Thank you. All right, the next item is item 55, a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned dangerous buildings located at 4105 East Ogden Avenue in the amount of $1,552.50 and assess a maximum of $78,850 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Bank U.S. National Association, TRS, and this is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing which is now declared open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Hicks Unique Building and Construction to board and secure to City of Las Vegas specifications, remove, salvage, and replace existing boarding, remove graffiti and all surfaces, remove trash and debris, and post no trespassing vehicles dumping signs. To date, there have been 6 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of February 2009 was $76,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $650 for work completed by Hicks Unique Building and Construction, in addition to other fees for a total of $1,552.50, and consider assessing a maximum of $78,850 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you. Any questions to Mr. Smith? Anybody here on behalf of the Bank U.S. National Association, TRS? All right, folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Smith, on this, I got these pictures earlier, and on one of the post-abatement, the backyard still looks like it's a mess. Could you pass this down to Devin, please?
Oh, on that particular picture, all we did is we went in. We didn't take the piles of dirt out. We just had them clean the overgrown vegetation and everything that was in the back. Those are piles of dirt that were existing in the backyard. And because of the economy and our city's budget the way it is, we're trying to do the minimum necessary on these to keep the expenses low as possible and just get them cleaned up and the dead vegetation and everything out.
Great explanation, sir. I would move, Your Honor, to follow staff's recommendation for the amount of $1,552.50. And what did you say the assessed value of the house was at this time?
February 2009 was $76,000.
And I would reduce the civil penalties to that amount rather than the $78,850.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post.
Okay, dear. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
57 is a public hearing on local improvement district for special improvement district number 1485, Alta Drive, the Rancho Drive to approximately 275 feet west of Lacey Lane. This is the landscape maintenance for fiscal year 2010, the amount of $54,340 from the Capital Projects Fund Special Assessments. This is in Ward 1. Mr. Cervantes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. This is Special Improvement District number 1485 for the Alta Drive maintenance for fiscal year 2010. There's a total of 37 parcels in this district. This covers the maintenance cost from July of 2009 to June of 2010. The total assessed value is $54,340. This value reflects an $11,000 reduction over last year's assessment. Payments are paid quarterly, and there have been no protests filed in the City Clerk's office.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Cervantes? Folks, it's a public hearing. Anybody like to be heard?
I would just like to thank, on behalf of Councilman Tarkanian, thank you for your diligent work over there and making sure we get this project and keep going. Thank you.
All right. Going to close the public hearing. Thank you very much. Item 58 is a public hearing and possible action regarding a proposed increase to the Clean Water Coalition regional sewer construction charge in the amount of 1.5% every 6 months for new fixture installations only, effective July 1st, 2009 to January 1st, 2012. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Mr. Cervantes.
Yes, Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. Again, this is a public hearing to consider the increase in the Clean Water Coalition connection fee rates at a rate of 1.5% every 6 months, effective July 1st, 2009 till January 1st, 2012. No written comments have been received. This is a public hearing to take any public input.
And that's the sole purpose of it, to take public input?
That's correct.
All right, very good. It's a public hearing, folks. If you'd like to be heard, this is the time we do it. Anybody want to be heard? All right, then we'll close the public hearing. I don't believe this requires a motion.
No action.
All right, thank you very much. Item 59 is discussion and possible action concerning the status of the 2009 legislative issues. Mr. Knight. Well, Mr. Knight, on Saturday at one of our walks, Keeping Healthy with the Mayor walk, and he was in good shape, which is a wonderful thing. You lost 35 pounds, I understand?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you were leading the pack there, which is great.
Thank you. Chris Knight, Director of Building and Safety, here to give you a legislative update. We've got about a week and a half left in the legislative session. They're due to end June 1st. Would be a little after midnight on June 1st. Last Friday was an important deadline. It was the deadline for all bills that didn't have an exemption or weren't financial in nature to pass out of House of Second Committee. And if it didn't get out of House of Second Committee, it was done. Some good news to report to you is our bill that we proposed, AB 48, which is the bill that dealt with construction contract disputes being settled by a process other than
arbitration.
Thank you, arbitration, was signed by the governor yesterday. So we have that bill approved. The focus basically right now in the last week and a half is going to be on the budget issues and related to the state budget, which has really kind of put us in a very defensive mode. Our lobby team will remain in Carson City over the Memorial Day weekend. They're working extra hours up there. The legislature is, and it's a very busy time of the year, the session. We're hearing the goal right now, and that was partly achieved last night, is to have a budget put together by Friday, which then puts into motion certain approval process that would allow the legislature to get a budget done by the end of the 1st of June, June 1. We are currently not hearing any rumors about any special sessions, so we believe that June 1st deadline is a very real and hard deadline for us. The Senate Tax Committee was working a budget bill that include possible revenue sources such as a payroll tax, business license tax, motor vehicle tax, 4 cents from every dollar on property tax from Clark County and Washoe counties, and 2% from the capital-wide improvement monies, which is an ad valorem tax. There was a hearing last night, a meeting that went from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock last night. on a bill, I believe it was 429, which included all of those revenue things that the committee was working on that lasted till midnight. And I'm not sure, I can't remember if they passed the bill out, but they were working on the bill. So things are moving up there. There's a lot of negotiation occurring right now to get the budget approved. Some of the issues we're hearing that are being discussed are reforms to the Public Employee Benefit, or PEB, program, the PERS program. The meeting last night from 10 to 12 included a bill that recommended changes to the PERS program for future employees coming into PERS, and collective bargaining. And we're monitoring those very closely to see how that all plays out as we move forward in this week and a half. Bills that directly affect our revenues that you've been briefed extensively on are AB 304, which is related to the F Street funding issue and reopening of F Street, AB 458, which is money for education from our RDA bill, AB 552, which is an increase in the state's administrative fee on our consolidated tax, which means we have less revenue sharing out of that. AB 521, which is a workers' compensation bill that shortens the eligibility for police and fire from 5 to 2 years. That bill is being heard this morning. Our lobby team's working on that, as well as 552. That is also being heard this morning, the consolidation, the additional administrative fees. AB 173, which is a workers' compensation bill that adds arson investigators to the presumptive benefit of police and fire. And then two other bills, AB 543, which is the 2% ad valorem tax issue, and the Clark County, 4-cent Clark County and Washoe property tax issue, are all bills that you've heard a lot about and you've read about, that are bills that our lobby team is working and pushing and trying to protect our revenues. We're in a very defensive posture right now with the legislature. Some other bills of interest that we've reported to you on previously, AB 80, which is a sewer lateral bill, which begins to address an issue that's been ongoing now for about 4 years, maybe even longer. That bill is moving forward, and it looks like we're getting resolution to that. AB 478, which is the consolidation of the housing authorities in Clark counties, and that bill is moving forward as well. So it looks like that's going to happen. And then another bill that's of extreme interest to the council that you've read a lot about in the paper is AB 130, which is a Metro Physical Affairs bill, and our lobby team is working that very hard. They're, about the amendment that basically takes the city and the county away from the table in negotiating, and we're working very hard and meeting with some appropriate legislators to try and defeat that amendment as well. So that's kind of our report. It's a defensive posture, and there's a lot going on right now, and it'll be a very busy week and a half.
Well, I've heard
I'd be happy to answer.
I've heard from other council members that, and certainly from myself, that if you need us in any way to either go up to there, testify, get on the phone, that's part of our job, to make sure that we're not hurt, that they won't hurt us, and that we'll be able to sort of be captains of our own destiny without too much interference by the state. That's what we would like to have happen at the end of the day. Okay.
If I may, Mayor, I think that throughout the session, many of you have played instrumental roles in making some of these bills not be as bad. I don't know how else to describe it.
That's great.
But sometimes the die are cast, and there's going to be a bill, and it's just a matter of trying to mitigate the impact of the bill. And from a staff perspective, I really appreciate your willingness to step up, because I know many of you have made phone calls, made personal appearances up there, whatever it takes to try and mitigate those potential damaging impacts to our ability to deliver services. And of course, as things wage on up there, hopefully only for a week and a half, we will certainly deploy you if something critical emerges.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. We appreciate that.
Mayor,
yes.
Chris, where is that bill headed with the PPA trying to cut the negotiations out from the county and the city?
It hasn't.
Does it have any legs?
Does it have legs? I don't know. I think that we're very concerned about it. We're pushing it. It seemed like there was a willingness to do something, but it's a matter of what. And I think that the latest amendment is something that we feel very strongly we can defeat.
Well, me personally, I've been involved with this for many years, the negotiations with the sheriff and his different groups, and I feel like, sometimes I don't feel like the system's broke, so why fix it? And I don't know what they're trying to do or why. I don't see any benefit. All I see is a lot of negativism if they get this changed.
I think that from what I read in the paper, the sheriff agrees with that, because that's what he was quoted as saying in the paper as well. And I think that's been our position as a lobby team, that it's not broken, why fix it? But if there's a willingness to do something, we're making sure that the city still has a seat at that table, that this council's representation on Metro Fiscal Affairs and Physical Affairs has a say-so in those negotiated contracts. And because it's your money. I mean, we fund it. So,
speaking, as a member of Fiscal Affairs, I've been on that board for about 12 years, and we have had personal issues with different people that served on Fiscal Affairs, not on the city side, but on the county side. Mm-hmm. And I know that there was an effort trying to put control of Fiscal Affairs in the county's hands. And at one time when I was talking to the sheriff, I said, it looks to me like what they're trying to do is make you work for them. And in essence, that's what is happening here. It's like for many, many years, this worked great. And then because of personnel issues with the county, they tried to get things changed. And I know at one time, because of the contract with PPA, to me it was unprecedented. You had a sitting commissioner on Fiscal Affairs, because of his strong belief on unionism and trying to give the PPA their raise, they removed him from Fiscal Affairs before the vote was taken. And it's been a problem, but the system does work. And I think that the neutral members we've had have been very, very strong members. And I know the chairman we have right now, Mr. Macbeth, is a tremendous, tremendous asset, not only to Fiscal Affairs, but to the city and county. He is aware of what's going on, and he is always, always available, and he does a fantastic job trying to help us have the best possible police sheriff's department in the state or the country. And I just don't understand what they're trying to do, and it bothers me.
The bill was introduced very early on in the legislature, and the fact that we're this late in the session and it hasn't gone away is an indicator that they want to do something. But again, we're working to protect the interests of the city and our representation and our ability to have a say-so in the fiscal affairs.
We have to, or we're not going to be having
yes, sir.
Any representation as far as police department.
Very well understood.
Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Over the last couple of months, I've asked on a couple of occasions during our briefings about how our lobbying teams are doing, both our in-house lobbyists and our paid lobbyists. And I trust and believe they're working very hard up there. They're doing the best job they can. But what I'd like to see is once the session is over, I'd like to have some sort of debriefings or whatever you want to call it fairly soon after the session is over while it's fresh in everybody's mind. Because I don't have to tell anybody up here, there's a very interesting dynamic, or dynamics, if you will, that occurs up there that, we hear about, but we're not there to experience it and see it firsthand. We have representatives up there that do. So what I would suggest is within, 30 days or so, and no later, after the session ends, I'd like to have some briefings about, from them, firsthand, about why certain things happened and why certain things didn't happen, and the influences that occurred or didn't occur, because I think we need to be best prepared for the next session in a couple of years.
We typically, at the end of each session, put together an end-of-session report for two purposes. One, to kind of record all of that history, things that we cared about, what happened to those measures, and as much as we can, describe impacts and implementation requirements. So we do that. In addition to that, we typically debrief all the council people about the more significant bills that usually are the last bills standing at the end of the day, and give you as much as we can the breakdown, as much as you know about what happened and why. And then that helps us position for the next legislative session a little more appropriately. So we'll be happy to do that and make sure that within a reasonable amount of time we can get back to you with that debriefing. I will tell you, having seen Ted on Wednesday, that guy needs a vacation badly. They are working so hard up there. I could see the wear and worry on his face. And so we will do our very best to get that done quickly in a summary form for you and brief before I tell him he has to go on vacation.
And I certainly appreciate that and understand that. But I also want to see, if possible, the contrast between which of our internal lobbyists and what they worked on and what they were able to accomplish versus our external or paid lobbyists. Because, if our paid lobbyists were able to achieve certain results, maybe we should look at going in that direction versus internal, or if our internal lobbyists were more effective. I'd like to see some contrasting information between those two different kinds of representatives.
Councilor Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Chris, I want to speak to you in reference to AB 304 and the F Street amendment. I do want to thank staff for your assistance with pulling everything together that we have been able to accomplish thus far. This has been a very touchy issue for the West Las Vegas community in particular. And I understand that this bill is coming under historic neighborhoods, and the West Las Vegas community is one of those historic neighborhoods that fall within that jurisdiction. And I also want to commend Senator Horsford for his work on this and giving not only the City of Las Vegas but the Department of Transportation an opportunity to come together to speak on this item and work out some level of agreement as to how, in fact, we redesign as well as move forward to position the dollars in order to open the F Street, which has been a pretty tough issue for the neighborhood. And going forward, I also want to thank the mayor and council for their involvement in every way that they played in order to stay abreast of the issue as well. So keep me up to date should there be any changes. But I just wanted to at least go on the record to let the folks know that we are working to correct a wrong that they see in the eye as far as the West Las Vegas community is concerned. Thank you.
I think our lobby team is grateful for your involvement as well, Councilman.
Okay, and Mr. Knight, I'd like to piggyback on the Mayor Pro Tem's statements as far as fiscal affairs and our involvement in the process as far as the sheriff's budget is concerned. Yesterday, when we had our budget hearing, we had that pie, and I can't remember the specific percentage of public safety that our taxpayers' dollars go into, but it is the bulk of the expenditures on the part of the city. And if we don't have a say, that would be outrageous. It really would be. And that's a hill to die for, because I don't think that we can give up our input at fiscal affairs when it comes to the amount of money that's involved that we contribute in order to make our streets safe. So I want that message to be heard loud and clear up there. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I move to accept the report.
Okay, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, let me ask whether anybody has to take a break. Everybody's okay? All right, very good. You all okay? You're not okay. You need a break? A 5-minute break? All right, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
You stand up there.
Yes. All right, thank you, folks, for your attention. Item number 60 is discussion and possible action regarding the employment agreement with James Nichols as Deputy City Manager. Ms. Fretwell.
Mayor and members of the council, it's my pleasure to present for your consideration as the next Deputy City Manager, James Nichols. Jim, will you come join me up here? Jim competed for the position as a part of a national recruitment where well over 80 applicants submitted their names. After a rigorous selection process that involved many department heads and other organizational leaders, Jim emerged at the top of the list. I believe Jim brings a unique perspective to our city manager team based on his public works and engineering background. He will bring a fresh perspective, and I believe he will be be an instrumental part of managing through our current fiscal issues while positioning us as the economy recovers. He will be responsible for the development departments and fire and rescue. His start date is anticipated on July 6th. I appreciate your consideration for the ratification of his appointment. I'd also be happy to answer any questions you have, and Jim is here today, as you can see, as well, if you have questions for him.
Thank you, Ms. Fretwell. Are there any questions of...
Just a comment, Your Honor,
yes.
if I could, please. I did have an opportunity to meet with Mr. Nichols ever so slightly. I've always felt like that we train and we ask our employees to go out and further their education. I've always tried to support hiring from within. I think it's imperative that we continue to try to do that, but there's always those times when it's not quite appropriate, I guess. And I want to let Mr. Nichols know that I am going to look forward to working with him. But again, I ask staff to continue to work hard and be rewarded. And I appreciate this opportunity to say those things, Ms. Fretwell.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other comments or questions?
Yes, Mayor Goodman. Jim, welcome to our family here in Las Vegas. Betsy, I'm going to make some of the same comments I made to you yesterday in Jim's presence, and that is that you're the captain of this ship. I mean, Mayor Goodman is here running the meeting, but you are the captain of the day-to-day operations of city government, and we're going to trust your judgment, and I feel good about that because you're assembling a great team with our other city managers, and Jim, I did have an opportunity to spend a couple minutes with you, and you got to see us a little behind the scenes, and you sure you want to come work for the city after you had that opportunity? But welcome, and we look forward to working with you.
All right, very good. Councilor Barlow?
Yes. Betsy, as I stated with you before last week and had an opportunity to sit down with Jim on yesterday as well, my comments are very similar to Councilman Wolfson's, and that's I look at your position as being the coach of a basketball team and how fitting that we're in the championship season of basketball, but the coach has to make the determination who the starting lineup will be and who will come off the bench as far as second string coming off that bench. And the directors and managers that you place around you, that's your starting lineup. And for you to be in a position to make sure that you have the best team out on the court is very important. And I believe that you have aligned that team. I had an opportunity to sit and speak with Jim very briefly, and as I shared with you on yesterday, I look forward to working with you. I trust your judgment and your ability to assemble your championship team, specifically in a time where our economy is not where it used to be. But Jim, you're coming in at a very dismal time, and you do a good job. You have an opportunity to take credit for the uptick once the economy turns around. So it's not a bad position to be in right now, specifically getting in and hitting the ground running. I asked you yesterday if in fact you brought your cleats because you're not too good when it comes to riding a bicycle. As I understand, you fell off your bike, but I do have some training wheels in the back for that bike. But you're most definitely going to need some tennis shoes and some cleats to run this race because Betsy is on top of her game. So she'll most definitely teach you a lot. We hope that you'll be able to bring some of your great experiences from Arizona to the great city of Las Vegas. And I look forward to working with you. And congratulations, Betsy, on a very good pick.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Well, We have a lot of confidence, of course, in our manager's judgment. She took over at a very challenging time and has worked diligently to make sure the day-to-day operations with our wonderful employees in the city is going smoothly. I was particularly interested in her evaluation of you because of areas of expertise that you apparently have, which are very consistent with what I'm hoping this council will be able to achieve. One, you participated in the building of a new city hall, so you're familiar with that concept, and also you were very active as far as an arena or stadium was concerned, so those are matters which are of great interest to us. That takes us to the next level of being a world-class city, so we look forward to having you with us and working as hard as your boss. She will make sure that that takes place, and at the end of the day you'll have a great feeling of self-satisfaction because we are able to make a difference. So with that, I'm going to move to approve and ratify the appointment of James Nichols to the position of Deputy City Manager. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Item 61 is discussion and possible action of the allocation of funding from the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, which is the acronym ARA, Department of Justice, Bureau of Justice Assistance, Burn Justice Assistance Grant pertaining to all wards. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Becky Spray. I'm with the Office of Administrative Services in the City Manager's Office. This grant is a wonderful opportunity for us. It is one of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Acts, and the entire purpose of this is to stimulate our economy. Part of the requirements of the local solicitation for our region is that we go in as a disparate jurisdiction. Because of our population and the crime reporting statistics that we've received, we are required to go in as a block unit of municipalities. So that includes Clark County, North Las Vegas, Henderson, Mesquite, and our own city. What we are actually bringing to you today is the information on how the money will be allocated, and to bring to you for final decision on one last bit of information. Basically, we have had a memorandum of understanding already go through where all of the jurisdictions agreed that we will be the fiscal agent, and the reason for that is because of the recommended formula that came through with the allocations. A large preponderance of the funds were actually through the formula recommended to come through the city, and that would be 84.7%. One of the things to note is this funding formula changed from previous years, and Clark County was not offered any of it under this new formula, nor was the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department eligible for this funding because it is a regional law enforcement entity and not a department under a single municipality. So we held regional meetings, and we came to the table, and we set out and we discussed how the funding would be allocated because this was only a recommendation. The Department of Justice said, as part of the guidelines, that the stakeholders had to come to an agreement together in order to allocate those funds. And what we actually did was had a breakdown where Henderson's going to receive $502,000 to fund equipment for police officers that are being requested through the COPS grant, and Metro is funding 2 stages of computer systems, Motorola RMS and another separate software program to increase their capabilities in the field. Mesquite is going for equipment, court improvement, and several positions. North Las Vegas Police Department is also going for computer software and applications, plus a part-time position. And it needs to be noted that part-time positions, contract positions, and full-time positions are encouraged to help stimulate the economy under this grant. So through this, we've actually, through all of the entities, it's almost 40 positions that we're being able to create through this grant. We're here today to discuss the funding breakdown for Clark County. Originally, when we came to the table, every single jurisdiction brought their priority cases, and every single jurisdiction was able to fund at least their first and second priorities. They were originally allocated $423,000 to fund their 2 priority projects for the Southern Nevada Gang Task Force, and then at that point, Metro also requested that we fund for 4 years a deputy attorney general position or rather a deputy DA position for a special prosecutor for vice, and we agreed to do that. And Mr. Sanchez agreed to increase their funds to $1 million in order to make sure that that was possible, barring the fact that Clark County had the final determination of how that funding would be spent. At a Clark County Commission meeting, they decided at that point that the full funding would go through the Community Resource Management to fund several programs that were in jeopardy, including Nevada Child Seekers, Project REAL, Clark County School District Summer Diversion Program, as well as the Southern Nevada Gang Task Force. So at that point, we had actually set up the funding, and we were able to find funds to include a victim witness advocate position for our city attorney's office. Metro came back and requested that we fund, at least for 2 years, a deputy vice position, and with those funds, we would have to remove the victim witness advocate position from the city attorney's office. With the victim witness advocate, we had 42% of the final allocation. Clark County had 13%, Henderson had 7%, Metro had 19%, Mesquite 4%, and North Las Vegas Police Department had 15%. With the changes to the Clark County DA position, we would actually be dropped down to 39%. Metro would increase, or Clark County would increase to 16%, but that position will specifically target the areas of vice that would include prostitution and pimps, but more importantly, go after those child panderers. So at this point, we place it before the council and you, Mr. Mayor, to determine whether we choose to fund the victim witness position or the DA position for 2 years.
Right. We have to make a choice today which one of those programs we want. If I'm going to support the request by Metro to have, or the district attorney's office to have a district attorney appointed, I would really want it limited to their sole responsibility to prosecute crimes of a sexual nature involving predators upon children. To me, pimps and prostitutes is one thing, but if they're going to involve young people, I want to focus on that. That's the only way I would support it. If, in fact, that is a condition, then I can be supportive of it. If it's not a specific condition, then I just soon continue with the witness advocate program.
Mayor, if I could, I would like to chime in here for a minute. Our office supported the request for funds for the victim advocate position, but I spoke with the district attorney yesterday afternoon, and I can assure you after talking with him that I know that they will make the kinds of crimes you just identified a priority. What I would add, though, is that if there is time between those cases, and there are cases that involve people who exploit women in other ways through pimping them out or pandering or getting people involved in prostitution, that position could also be used for that, but the priority would be given, obviously, to people who are sexual predators. Yeah. But I think that given the two positions, both are very worthy positions, both are very needed positions, but I think that in good conscience, I can support the DA's request, and I appreciate your comments. I think that he'll be happy to oblige.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor and members of council, my name is Karen Hughes. I oversee vice for the police department. I've been working on this grant proposal for quite a few months with the district attorney. This special deputy DA would be assigned to the special victims unit, which is responsible for child exploitation, prosecution, especially when they're being pimped out by, in my opinion, our worst offenders in the community. So that position is specifically for that.
Okay, then I feel comfortable. With that representation, I can support it. Any other questions? Yes,
Mayor, please.
Yes.
We all know that the district attorney's office already has a unit that is, I think it's entitled Crimes Against Women and Children. And they already have a number of deputies that prosecute perpetrators for committing crimes against children. So I think the mayor's point, and I don't want to speak for him, is it our understanding that this particular deputy DA position will only be for the prosecution of the narrow field, if you will, of perpetrators who commit crimes not of a sexual nature against children, but of the exploitation in the even narrower category. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, these cases, the pandering cases that we are putting forward, my unit's putting forward, not just with the children, but also with the adults. We've got quite a few in the pipeline right now. Very complicated cases. So what we're asking the district attorney's office to do is assign one deputy DA, like they've done with the gang unit. We've got a special prosecutor that works specifically with our unit that is very knowledgeable about the subculture of prostitution and how to make successful cases. That's what we're asking for. The priority would be for child prostitution cases against the pimps, which do many times include sexual assault, statutory sexual seduction, those type of charges. But I don't want to misrepresent. My intentions are also to include other adult women that are also victims of prostitution against pandering charges as well. But the focus is for the child pandering. That's the intent of this deputy DA.
Well, we're being asked to do something a little different here. We're asked to take money that we can use for our witness advocate program in our municipal court system, and we're asked to do a favor, in effect, to take that money from our purposes in order to give it to the district attorney's office for a specific purpose. I'm going to limit the use of that district attorney, if it can't be kept busy enough, to prosecute people who are exploiting young children in acts of prostitution and sexual abuse.
Mayor, we've got plenty of
Okay,
plenty
well,
of those cases.
I'm limiting it to that, though.
Okay.
And if I find out that it's being used elsewhere, next time they come to us, they won't get the money.
What we can do, Mayor, is maybe make a request from Mr. Roger to provide us a regular report that then we can share with you about their process and their progress in these prosecutions.
All right, I would make that part of my motion, that I would move at this time to allocate the money for that specific purpose of a district attorney who will be handling exclusively exploitation of youngsters, and that we get a report every 90 days or every 6 months. 6 months is fine. Every 6 months as to how those prosecutions are, the success of them. Okay?
Thank you.
Does that meet your needs, too?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that's the motion.
Absolutely.
All right, let's vote, please.
Thank you.
Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 62 is discussion and possible action on the ratification of Billy Bastian as the Director of Leisure Services.
Mayor and members of the council, I'm pleased to present Billy Bastian for your ratification this morning as the next Director of Leisure Services. Billy has over 23 years of experience with the department. Her dedication and commitment to the field of Parks and Recreation is unquestioned. I believe she is well positioned to lead the department, and she has been in an active capacity for several months. I'd like to thank the employees of Leisure Services for their support of Billy while she was in an acting capacity and as she transitions into this permanent role. These are trying times for our community and for our organization, and I believe consistency, understanding, and vision are critical as we address these challenges. Billy is ready to step up and perform that role and address those issues for her department and our community. I greatly appreciate your consideration for her ratification today, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have. And Billy's here. I wish you'd come on up, Billy. Billy is here if you have any questions for her.
Okay, any questions of Ms. Fretwell or of Ms. Bastian?
No question. Just a few comments before we make the motion.
Please.
With me, I've been able to work with Billy and her department for the past 14 years. I've seen a huge change in the city of Las Vegas. We had a councilman here for many years that was really into parks and leisure services, and so the department has really grown. I've been part of Corporate Challenge. I've been taken part in different banquets for those seniors over 90. We have many unique happenings in our leisure department. You just can't. You start numbering them, and you can't even begin to. I don't think. And the people that work in leisure services, they deal with a lot of our youth, a lot of our senior citizens. We have senior citizen softball, senior citizens activities like that all over the valley. It's just a tremendous department. Of course, we spend a lot of money on our police departments and our fire departments, but to me, I've always felt like I've enjoyed leisure services. It's very important to me, and I know that Billy has assembled a team. She's had a lot of them retire, but we've always had people that was responsible. And I know I put on a couple dinners, lunches in the fall, Thanksgiving time, and Christmas that are second to none. And the people that she's put in charge of these functions are they do a tremendous job. You cannot even start to talk about how important this is and what a good job Leisure Services has done. Dr. Jackson was tremendous. Billy stepped in. She's done a tremendous job, and I'm just proud to be able to say hi. I work with Billy Bastion.
All right, very good. Any other comments?
Yes, Mayor. I would like to congratulate Billy at this time. I've started working at the city in 1999, and Billy and I have always had a very good working relationship, and she has always been upstanding and upfront in regards to how in fact she managed and now having the opportunity to run the entire department. You do have some big shoes to fill. You know, Dr. Jackson served us well, and I know you will do just as great as job as she did, and I really want to congratulate you and commend you on a job well done over the years, having worked with you, and I look forward to continue to work with you, Billy.
Very good. Councilman
Just
Wilson.
real quickly, congratulations, Billy. It's a pleasure working with you. And one observation I have, and I think I've told you this to your face, is whenever you come to any of the meetings in my office, you're always very, very prepared. You always have bullet points and documents in front of me to review, and I appreciate that very much. So congratulations, and I look forward to working with you.
Ms. Bastion, how come you're not prepared when you come to my office?
I'm going to get better prepared
Just kidding,
for you.
just kidding. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes. Billy, I continue to look forward to some of the new parks. That Majestic Park out in Ward 4 is fantastic. I know some of the Centennial parks out there are fantastic. And the reason I'm mentioning this is Councilman Ross is not here to, I'm not going to speak for Councilman Ross, but I know what you've done out there in his area. Councilwoman Tarkanian, I know that she's had a lot of help from you in different functions, and I know that she certainly supports that. I look forward to building a couple new baseball fields out there in Councilman Tarkanian's ward for her. And, you know, we've refurbished a lot of old parks. We've named some of them. We put in new swimming pools. We're continually growing. And you're a great leader. And so with those things said, I want to follow Ms. Fretwell's recommendation and ratify Billy as our new Leisure Services Director.
And I'll say this before we vote. I was with one of the marshals on Saturday when we were driving out to the Healthy Lifestyle Walk, and he commented, and the marshals, of course, are the ones responsible for policing our parks. He said, Mayor, I'm so proud of the parks and the programs that we have in Las Vegas. He says, I don't think any other city in the world has the kind of programming and keep the parks up the way we do for our constituents. So I know you're going to continue that because it really is something very special. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck.
And I know Councilman Brown. And I know Councilman Brown would have supported you too. I know Councilman Brown would have supported you too.
Oh, thank you very much.
Commissioner Brown.
Okay. Item 63 is discussion and possible action regarding a soils removal agreement between City of Las Vegas, City Parkway 5 Inc., City Parkway 4A Inc., Office District Parking 1 Inc., and Union Pacific Railroad Company to split the costs for managing and remediating contaminated soils excavated during construction activities at Union Park, located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway in Ward 5. Mr. Aaron.
Good morning, Mayor, members of Council. Bill Arnitz, Acting Director for Office of Business Development. This item is to keep the infrastructure in Union Park moving forward. Excavated soils that have contamination levels are stockpiled on the site and currently are in the path of development. This agreement allows the city parties involved with Union Park as well as Union Pacific Railroad to share the costs, 50% to the city parties and 50% to the Union Pacific Railroad, up to a maximum of $10 million over a 2-year period. And this allows development to continue on schedule. I would like to read for the record that due to an inadvertent scanning error, page 2 of the agreement is missing, and it has been provided to the city clerk for the official backup. Also referenced on page 2, there are several exhibits which individually, each of which is between 100 and 200 pages. Due to the size of the agenda, we're not able to physically include it in the paper backup, but I do have for the city clerk that on CD-ROM and would like to enter that into the official record for the item.
It's so entered.
The item is in order. I would also note for the record that this is not a funding augmentation. We're using existing funds which have been authorized for Union Park under the Phase 1 infrastructure, and funds are currently available in the capital project fund for this expense.
Thank you very much. I just like the record to reflect that we have been in extensive negotiations regarding this issue with the Union Pacific Railroad, and their chief executive officer, Mr. Young, has been a gentleman in all respects concerning our discussions. I've spoken with him on several occasions, and what we're really doing is we're putting this in a posture to move the Union Park forward while the matter is going to be litigated as to who is going to be ultimately responsible for paying these costs. And in the spirit of cooperation, I think both sides will ultimately benefit. So I want the record to reflect that I publicly thank the gentleman for the fact that he's worked with us as a city. All right, any comments or questions? All right, may I have a motion? Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, Mayor. I do have a question prior to my motion as it relates to, and Mayor, I understand you've had numerous, or I should say a couple of conversations that I'm aware of in regards to.
I'd say at least about 4.
Okay.
At least 4.
My motion would be to move forward with the approval of this item, but I would like to remain abreast as to what further discussions take place once we peel through whose responsibility it comes down to as far as the removal of the dirt out on the UP site, soon to be changed name.
Next item.
Next item? Okay, then I'll wait for that. So, without further delay, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation of approval of this item.
Very good.
Subject to all conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 64 is discussion and possible action regarding a name change for the 61 acres mixed-use development project currently known as Union Park to Symphony Park, located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway in Ward 5. Mr. Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is to consider a name change, a formal name change for Union Park from the current name of Union Park to Symphony Park. I would defer to Rita Brandon of Newland Communities, who is here to present for this item. And I'd also like to note for the Mayor and Council that members of the Smith Center for the Performing Arts are in attendance this morning, and that is really the inspiration of the name change and the branding change. And with that, I'd like to introduce Rita Brandon of Newland Communities.
Ms. Brandon.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, members of the Council. Thank you, Bill. It is a simple item that we're requesting today, so it appears to be a simple item. But what I wanted the opportunity to do is just take you through, for the public record, a brief overview of the process that we undertook. To put this in context, the name Union Park was approved by City Council in 2004, the name and the trademark, and that was part of the prior master plan. We retained that name as Newland brought forth a new master plan to the City Council, and you approved that new master plan in 2006. The basis of the master plan was to create your vision for a mixed-use project that had art culture, architecture, focus on architecture, and really great world-class developers. As you know, over the last 2.5 to 3 years, we've secured the Charlie Palmer Hotel, the World Jewelry Center. Cleveland Clinic is now here with the Lou Rouveau Brain Institute. Newland is planning to do residential. So we have now a confluence of major projects that will be representing an incredible art, culture, architecture place. The historical context of Union Park began to be questioned as whether the name made sense and represented the place. So we recommended early last year, and the Office of Business Development and CP5 agreed and directed Newland to undertake a brand review. That's when Sicilian Worldwide was chosen from a number of other branding companies due to the process that they undertake when they look at a brand, whether it be a building, a project, a company, or a product. Bill, do I just push this one to move forward? Okay, thank you. The brand review had one goal in mind, and that was to assess Union Park as a name and assess our messaging about the place in the context of all of the deals that we had made with these world-class developers. Our goal was to craft an updated, innovative, and authentic positioning. The process was very important because it was very different than many other brand processes. Oftentimes, brand companies will bring together creative folks in a conference room and start brainstorming. Sicilian's approach was to gather together the key stakeholders for Union Park at the time, which included members of City Council, members of staff, both Office of Business Development, others within the city, as well as the third-party partners. First of all, gathered them together to do what we call a brand process kickoff. The next phase, which really occurred over a 2-month period, included interviews one-on-one, taped, both in person and telephone interviews, to ask people what their views of the name of Union Park was, how we had positioned it, what they believed Union Park represented. We did over 100, just at 100 interviews, 30 one-on-ones, with the balance being man-on-the-street interviews. We went from Summerlin to Henderson to downtown, all over Las Vegas, asking people on the street about their name recognition. We focused part of that discussion on if the name had recognition and what the perception of the place was. The key recommendations were, as you see on the screen. There were many tactical recommendations that came out of that brand assessment. We won't go into those today. I wanted to focus specifically that the 2 key recommendations were that we refine our message, that we focus on the uniqueness and the authenticity of what we're creating at Union Park, to be Symphony Park, that art and culture truly is the heart of what we're creating here. We are being adamant about exceptional design and architecture from each one of our third-party developers. And this is a tremendous civic development when you look at the Lou Rouveau Brain Institute and the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. And in that context, the other key recommendation was to change the name from Union Park to Symphony Park. This was done in a presentation, these key recommendations, that included all of our key third-party developers, and they all have supported the name Symphony Park, which is why we've now brought it to you. And as Bill said earlier, with the confirmed groundbreaking for the Smith Center for the Performing Arts, we felt that it was an appropriate time to bring this forward and request your approval. I have to hit it twice, I'm sorry. The name should come up any minute.
There it is.
I can't see it on my screen. Great. So with that, we'll request your consideration and approval of Symphony Park as a new name for our project.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Ms. Brandon or Mr. Arndt at this time, or comments? Councilor Barlow.
I have a comment. Great job. Great job to everyone that participated in this process. Mayor, we talk about the not only brands as we move forward with the changing of the world, but something that Las Vegas has not done a good job of, in my opinion, is is historic preservation. My question is, what is it that we've done to at least establish some level of historical nature as it relates to what the 61 acres Union Park, now Symphony Park, has now become? What is it that we've done to basically transition or at least have some sense of what this area used to be? Being a native born here in Las Vegas, this was an area that I played on and in as a little boy, and the mayor always teased me that he sees a green glowing
That's
ball
only at night.
above my
That's
head.
that's only at
due
night.
to-
You only glow at night.
I only glow at night due to the brown field that I played in at Union Park. But just a sense of historicalness. What do we do to basically tie anything into the overall Symphony Park?
I think there's an opportunity in many ways as we move forward and we become a place. Because Union Park will be under the umbrella of a master association, there will be ongoing community-based activities there that could participate in some way and give a nod to the historical context. I think that our third-party developers, who each are required to have in their project significant internal and or external art there, can take a look at whether or not the historical context makes sense for their program. I think it's really going to come in the programming. And I know that you, Councilman Barlow, have asked us to look at any future design work at the park, Symphony Park, to potentially include some historical context.
Yeah, I would like that very much so, because I call this city the city of implosion versus the city of historical preservation. And I would like to see some level of historical feature, marker, something incorporated as we move forward with the Symphony Park design. And you almost definitely hit the mark. It is a very beautiful design and brand that you've brought forward, and I am in very much so support of the item today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. Bill, yesterday I asked about the fiscal impact of this. Could you go over that, please?
Sure. There's no budget augmentation needed for this item. Essentially, this is part of our overall marketing budget for Symphony Park. Undertaking a development of this size, whether we're doing it as a city or doing it as a private developer, there's going to be a significant amount of money budgeted for marketing, and this is really a component of the marketing plan. Specifically, we've expended $110,000 with the contract with the consultant Sicilian Worldwide that was over about 3/4 of a year or more of work, which in the context of this type of work, I think was actually money well spent. It was probably a bargain compared to what a private developer would look to expend on branding. And this is a component of our overall marketing budget for Union Park, Symphony Park now, I should say. And it's money that is within our budget, so no new funds are being appropriated for this use. And I don't know if Rita has anything to add on to that.
The only thing I will add is that we've been very diligent working with the Office of Business Development on CP5's behalf at managing a marketing budget that, compared to other master developers, is quite constrained. So as we have negotiated contracts for the project, we've been very mindful of that. People see, contractors, designers have seen this as a huge opportunity because they believe in the vision and they believe in the long term of Symphony Park. So we are very mindful. We have an overall budget of about $500,000 that is being submitted over to you for this next budget cycle, this next fiscal year, that covers about 18 months, about 16 months worth of work. So we'll be very diligent about that moving forward as we change out our logos. With your approval, assuming we receive your approval today, we'll convert our website to a new landing page and begin development of that website and all the graphics associated with it.
I think it's great that we have a name which will really be synonymous with the Performing Arts Center, which will be the centerpiece for the entire project. And with the park that's going to be built there, in conjunction with the Performing Arts Center, it's going to be very special. It'll be a very urban park with great artwork and public spaces. And I think that, as Councilman Barlow says, we do implode, but this council doesn't implode. This council really works overtime in trying to preserve the Fifth Street School and make that into something special, the old post office and courthouse. So that's part of our mission. But the one thing that we'll always have there is the railroad track. That's going to remind us of Union Park. I'll never forget, Councilman, that when the city first acquired Union Park, I stood out there with Donald Trump, and we walked the 61 acres, and he kept on coming back to the railroad tracks, and he said, "You know, Mayor," he says, "this is your waterfront. This is your river. Those tracks are synonymous, the same thing as other developments I have where I'm using a water element, and use them well, because you can have a great project with the tracks being the parameter of it." So I think it's very cool. I really do, and it's going to be a feather in all of our caps. So, Councilman, I'm ready for your motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation. Symphony Park, congratulations to all of the partners involved. It would be my motion at this time, Mayor, to move to follow staff's recommendation of the new name from Union Park to Symphony Park.
Very good.
And I would ask that the council support me in my motion.
Good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Another exciting day.
Thank you.
It's great.
Thank you.
Okay, item 66 is trailed to be heard in the afternoon session in conjunction with item 116, SUP 33731. Item 67 is trailed to be heard in the afternoon session in conjunction with item 115, SUP 33730. Item 68 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer wine cooler on-sale license for La Reina Mexican Restaurant and Mariscos, LLC, doing business as La Reina Mexican Restaurant and Mariscos at 745 North Nellis Boulevard in Suite 1. This is in Ward 3. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor and members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The applicant before us today, or the application that you have before you today, has met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval. And my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
All right, folks. Why don't you identify yourselves, please?
Good morning, City Councilman and Mayor. My name is Reina Macias, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my father, Nazario Macias.
Very good. You want to tell us what your specialty is?
The dish?
Yes.
Yes. It's going to be called Vuelve a la Reina, which means come back to La Reina. And Reina means queen, and that's my name. I'm named after my dad's grandmother, and which taught my dad how to cook. Pretty much it consists of beef, shrimp, and chicken, and it's going to be, let's see, it includes rice, beans, sorry, sour cream, homemade guacamole, handmade tortillas, with a specialty secret sauce that I still don't know because he won't tell me, and sauteed with fresh vegetables.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you.
Sounds good to me. Okay, are there any questions of Ms. Meyer or the applicants? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries, and good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, well, we're going to say so long right now to some of the best behaved youngsters that we've ever had sitting up here with us and in the audience, the students from William E. Ferrin Elementary School. I think they have to head back to school, and we want to thank you very much for being with us today. You were very, very good. And please stay in touch with us, okay? When you see us out and about, say hi, okay? Good. Thank you very much. See you later. Keep up the football. Thank you for coming.
Okay. Item 69 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of business name and change of ownership for a package license from Long's Drugstores California, Inc., doing business as Long's Drugstore 409, to Long's Drugstore California, LLC, doing business as Long's Drugstore 9967 at 1950 Village Center Circle. And this is in Ward 2. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor, members of council, the applicants that we have before you today have met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this package license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to any and all conditions.
Thank you. Mr. Dushoff?
Yes, Matthew Dushoff, 3320 West Sahara, on behalf of Longs. If you have any questions.
All right. Any questions, Ms. Meyer or Mr. Dushoff? All right. Seeing none, Councilor Wilson.
Matt, I have one question for you, actually two. You're how old now, Matt?
43.
And at 43, you are the proud father of some brand new twins, are you not?
Yes, Braden and Jacob have been in the hospital for a couple of weeks. They are coming home today.
Good for you.
So, very excited. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
My motion's for approval.
Okay. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 70 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of business name and change of ownership for a package license from Long's Drugstores California, Inc. To Long's Drugstores California, LLC, doing business as Long's Drugstore 9965 at 9430 Del Webb Boulevard. This is in Ward 4. Ms. Meyer.
Again, Mayor, council, the applicants have met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Dushoff.
Yeah, Matthew Dushoff, 3320 West Sahara, again, if you have any questions.
All right, any questions?
Just one question.
Yes.
Are them twins going to be lawyers?
God, I hope not.
Me too. Me too. I move to file staff recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Condition of your motion.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries, and good luck to you.
I didn't need it. Thank you.
Right. Item 71 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of ownership for a tavern license from Skinny D's Enterprises to 4127 Charleston LLC, doing business as Skinny Dugan's at 4127 West Charleston Boulevard, and this is in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, council, again, the applicants have met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval. The reason they're coming forward at this time is they want to have a one-day opening. It's going to be June 1st, and it's to preserve the rights on this property.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Louis Zoka, 3960 Howard Hughes Parkway, appearing on behalf of the applicant, and the presentation is correct.
All right. So, any questions?
Yes. What are we going to do with this property out there?
It's going to be reopened at some point with a bar and a restaurant.
Is it going to be as good and as famous as Skinny Dugan's was and has been?
Absolutely.
Skinny Dugan's is, to me, is like
it's a landmark.
Councilman Barlow was talking about historic. You know, Skinny Dugan's been there for forever and ever and ever. And I know I have a lot of people that I know that have really missed Skinny Dugan's being closed. So we need to get open as soon as we can.
I agree.
Okay. My motion would be to follow staff recommendation.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good luck to you. Item 72 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of location and change of ownership for locksmith license from PAL Management Corporation, 152 Banks Avenue, to 18 Keys, Inc., doing business as Papa Lock at 6280 South Valley Boulevard, Suite 414.
Mayor and members of council, Carol Meyer, again, the applicants that we have today have met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this license, and they're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Right. Gentlemen?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, thank you for having us here today. Also, thank you for enforcing the licensing laws for locksmiths in Las Vegas. As you know, there's been a lot of abuse, and our company has always stood for doing the right thing and really helping people. We were actually founded by 2 police officers who noticed that people felt unsafe when people would come help them unlock their homes late at night or on the side of the road. And so they started the company, which has now been in Las Vegas for 9 years. And one of the services I wanted to bring to your attention, I'm not sure you guys are familiar with this, but we unlock children who are locked in cars for free. So it kind of fits in with the theme today. And we've unlocked, on average, we do about 60 to 100 children a month, actually. So we've done over 5,000.
In town?
In town.
You're telling me that 60 to 100 children are locked in a car a month in Las Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Well, there's something wrong with something there.
You know,
I know our fire chief, they have a program where once a year they advertise, be careful this summer and leaving your dogs in your car. How can people leave children in their car and lock the car?
So two things. So believe it or not, it happens.
Well, I got to think of a penalty for that one.
No. Honestly, if you imagine if you're a mom and you have two kids and you have a stroller and you're locking the baby in the car and you're putting the other one in and you reach to get the other kid and the keys are in the car and the wind blows and it locks the door. Believe it or not, you'd be shocked how easily it happens. And even in cars that say that you can't lock the keys in the car, it happens pretty frequently. One thing I do want to say that is pretty amazing to us, every time we get out there, we're mostly dispatched by the fire department. We have safe ways of getting into cars pretty quickly that don't damage the car, where you don't have to shatter the window. And 99.9% of the time we get there, the fire department is already there. And their response time is just incredible. And so the reason we come again is to make for the most safe exit of the child in the car. And the other thing, we actually just did a training for the Las Vegas LVMPD to help them unlock cars and houses in dangerous situations. They felt a little bit guilty having us do it in a risky situation, so we've helped them in that training.
Okay, very good. That was very instructional. Okay, any questions? This is Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you
very much. You're welcome. 73 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license for Acres Chiropractic at 2931 North Tenaya Way in Suite 106. This is in Ward 4, and this is an ancillary license to an existing chiropractic business.
Mayor, Council, again, this applicant has met our criteria for consideration of temporary approval, and my recommendation would be approval of this ancillary massage license subject to all conditions. Some of the standard conditions that accompany this type of massage would be that all of the massage therapists have a valid state and a city business license, that they cannot have any exterior signage advertising massage, that their massage room is only 150 square feet, and the hours of operation for the massage have to mirror the chiropractic business.
You made one statement that scared me. You said masseuse, there's going to be more than one or just one?
Well, they could, as they only have one room, but there's nothing in code that says that they can't have somebody that only works Mondays and then another massage therapist that may work Wednesdays, but they can only have one room, so there's only one massage therapist usually on site at a time. But he could hire different people and then let them go and hire somebody else. It's just that we need to make sure that he's aware that all of the massage therapists that work at that office have to have a state license and a city business license.
Okay, to me it sheds a different light on what we've been doing here. Are they going to be there by themselves at any time? And I've had, there's a lot of good masseuses out there, okay? But we've had a lot of problems also. And are we going to have somebody there with them at all time? I mean, is there going to be the chiropractor there? Are they going to be able to work at 10 o'clock at night by themselves? Or?
Well, that's usually why the hours, because it is an accessory type, an accessory use, the hours of operation for the massage match the business. So if the business is only open until 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, then that's usually, they don't have any massage happening later. Remember, these also are found in a lot of beauty salons.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor and council members, Dr. Terry Akers of Akers Chiropractic, 2931 North Tenaya.
Very good. Are there any questions of Ms. Meyer or Dr. Akers? All right. Yes.
Dr. Akers,
Yes.
good morning. I
Good morning.
see a lot of your advertisements in the Las Vegas athletic clubs.
That's correct.
You get a lot of business out of there? You get some
I
of the
get a
people
lot of
from-
business from Las Vegas Athletic Club.
Good. You've been in business here in town for how long?
13 years.
And you are the chiropractor.
I am the
that works-
chiropractor. Before, the massage therapist used to work under the chiropractic state license, but now there's been a new massage board, so all chiropractors now have to get a business license from the city. All the massage therapists who work in a chiropractic office needs to get a business license, but they've been working in most chiropractic offices. I've had one since 10 years, but now we're just going to have to set it up differently now.
Very good.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilor Barlow.
I just wanted to just put on the record that I've been knowing Mr. Akers for quite some time, and he has always had a very upstanding business and done a really good job for the entire community, specifically giving back to the community in such a great way, not only through his practice, but through his philanthropic efforts as well. And I'm in full support of what it is that he's trying to do as it relates to expanding his business and continue to keep up the good work.
Thank you, Councilman.
Very good. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. This is in Ward 4. I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, but I also feel that we have a new councilman in that area, so I'm going to ask for a 6-month review.
That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Host? Motion carries. Good luck to you, Doctor.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 74 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license for Red Rock Chiropractic at 500 South Rancho Drive, Suite 1. This is in Ward 1, and it's an ancillary license to an existing chiropractic business, Red Rock Chiropractic. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, we have this very same situation here with Dr. Colucci as the applicant for an accessory massage license for her chiropractic massage. Dr. Colucci, I believe, is also a member of the chiropractic board, so she's very familiar with what laws changed during this in the last 6 months with the state of Nevada. I would recommend approval of the temporary license with the same conditions, which I have not discussed with Dr. Colucci, and I hope she's is going to accept these as the conditions. The hours of operation for the massage would be consistent with the hours of operation for her chiropractic massage. The massage therapist would be licensed with the state and also licensed with the city, and that there would be no exterior signage for massage at this location.
Dr. Colucci?
Hi, good morning, Mayor.
Hi.
Good morning, members of the council. Yes, that's all accurate. I've been the vice president of the chiropractic board for 7 years, and we've always tested the massage therapists. And just recently, since the new massage board has come into place, we now have them handle the background checks and the testing that they have national and state licenses and that they're cleared in order to do massage therapy. So we're no longer testing the massage therapists, but as chiropractors, we need to make sure that the backgrounds are clear and that there's, everything's aligned with what we do, because we are ultimately responsible for anybody that's in our office. And so now, since this has gone into place, we're needing to have them city licensed as well as ourselves, an ancillary on top of our general business license.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm making a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions with a 6-month review.
All right, let's vote,
Thank you.
please. Host? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Item 75 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new Class 2 secondhand dealer license for Buber and Buber Sales, LLC, doing business as Highland Commercial Consignment at 2601 Highland Drive, Suite 104. This is in Ward 1. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant today does meet the criteria for consideration of a temporary license, and I would recommend to the council that they award him a temporary license subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Scott Fywell, 2601 Highland Drive. The consignment shop that I'm going to be opening is focusing on industrial and business equipment. I met with Councilwoman Tarkanian, and she seemed to be in support of it, although she's not here today. Just wanted to see if you had any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of either gentleman?
Just one question. Where did you get Buber and Buber?
A really bad nickname my wife came up with before we got married. And I've been
Your-
trying to shed it, but
Your name's Buber?
I don't even know what it is. It's just what the LLC happens to be called.
Okay, Boober. I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation to approve this item, Your Honor.
Mayor Goodman, before the vote,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, if you don't mind, as far as the consignment, would you explain what type of business
Sure.
this is, what type of things you'll be taking in?
We are going to be doing two lines of business. One is buying items from liquidators, for example, pallet racking, forklifts, shelving. Those are going to be the main areas that we're focusing on. The consignment will be primarily of commercial goods, for example, business that is going out, closing their doors, and instead of them putting their items into storage before they have time to sell them, we would take them in on consignment and sell them on their behalf.
So furniture.
Conceivably, we really want to try to build the business not on consumer-based products, but more on things that offices. I suppose office furniture would be in there: desks, file cabinets, that kind of thing.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, very good. Mayor Pro Tem?
My motion stands.
Okay, thanks. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 76 is discussion and possible action for rescission of city council action taken on March 18, 2009 for a change of business name and a change of ownership for a tavern license and a restricted gaming license from Buffalo Investments, Inc., doing business as Roadrunner Saloon Buffalo to Golden RR Buffalo LLC, Golden RR Buffalo 1 LLC, doing business as Roadrunner Saloon 921 North Buffalo Drive. This is in Ward 4. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the reason that this item, and actually item number 77, is coming before you is because the purchase asset agreement of the between the seller and the buyer did not take place. And because the council approved the buyer as for suitability, Katie Fellows from Jones and Vargas is here today representing the buyer, and they made the rescission request so that we can actually have council rescind the approval of March 18th for both items 76 and 77.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
Katie Fellows, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the buyers, the Golden entities in this instance, and we concur with the rescission of this matter as this transaction will not be moving forward.
All right, thank you. Any questions? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Move to follow staff's recommendation, Your Honor.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion. Thank you. Opposed? I did. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 77 is discussion of possible action for rescission of City Council action taken on March 18, 2009 for a change of business name and a change of ownership for a tavern license and a restricted gaming license from True West Investments, Inc., doing business as Roadrunner Centennial, to Golden RR Centennial 4, LLC, doing business as Roadrunner Saloon at 5990 Centennial Center Boulevard in Ward 6. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the recommendation for this item would be the same as the previous item.
Right. Scholars?
Katie Fellows, 3773 Howard Hughes Parkway, here on behalf of the applicants and buyers, once again, and we concur.
All right. Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem for Councilman Rose.
Yes. Move to follow staff's recommendation, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you. Item 78 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a liquor caterer license for 6 Corona, Inc., doing business as El Oasis Salon de Fiestas at 3231 North Decatur Boulevard in Suite 134 in Ward 6. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicants today, during this 6-month period, have only had one call for service. That was of any consequence, and actually, it was Miss Corona who called Metro. It was an event that took place earlier this year, and there was a crowd of young kids that was unexpected, and she called Metro to help monitor the situation. We've had no concerns with the activity there, and the business has been in compliance, so I'm going to recommend a permanent license to be issued to El Oasis today.
Hi. Could you identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Alma Corona. I'm an secretary for 6 Corona for 3231 North Decatur.
Very good. Has business been good?
For this month, it's really, really good. For this change for the season, you know, the economy now is terrible, but we can do it better. We try to do.
You're making it, right?
Yeah.
All right, good. I hope you do. All right, any questions? All right, this is Mayor Pro Tem for Councilman Ross.
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this permanent license, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. That's a new sign. We've got a new one on there. Did you see that?
It's still showing on the screen.
It never happens in Beverly, sir.
I know, isn't that amazing? It won't release.
Well, the motion carried.
The motion carried unanimously.
Right. Good luck. You're welcome. Item 79 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a beer wine cooler on-sale license for La Mojara Loca at 821 North Lamb Boulevard, Suite 14, and this is in Ward 3. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicants today back for a 6-month review. There have been 9 calls for service at this location, but none of them have been attributed to the business operation. They operate in a large commercial suite, commercial location, and the inspections that have been conducted over the last 6 months have revealed that they've been in compliance with all business licensing regulations. So I'm ready to go forward with a recommendation for a permanent license at this location.
Very good. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Jesus Vasquez, and my wife is Marta Vasquez, and the name of the restaurant is Mexican Food La Mojara Loca.
Okay. How's business? Good?
Yeah, very good.
Okay, I like to hear that. That's what I have no idea what I'm doing here. What is it? It has nothing at all to do with you people. There's this little thing that I'm pushing here. It's called an arrow, and it's here. The middle one or this one? Did I do it?
Yep.
All right. I'm becoming computer literate. It's wonderful. Wonderful. So business is good.
Yeah.
Good. That's excellent. Any other questions? All right, let's have a motion.
I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of a permanent license at this location, and wish you good luck.
Thank you, sir.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Good luck. Motion carries. Okay, item 80 is a report on the Census 2010 from David Byerman, who's the Chief Government Liaison for Nevada for the U.S. Census Bureau. Mr. Byerman, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. For the record, Dave Byerman, Chief Government Liaison for Nevada, 2057 Glorietta Lane here in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. Here today to talk a little bit about the census. You know, I know this is a review for many of you. This is an issue that is tremendously important. I am not a permanent Census Bureau employee, but they sucked me back in for a second census this time. I had the same role 10 years ago, but it's something that I believe very strongly in, and it's my great pleasure to be here to talk to you about it today. The census is really about 3 things, in our opinion. It's about power, jobs, and money. To boil it down, it's about power in Congress. As you know, the Constitution of the United States set up the census, Article 1, Section 2, and the census was initially conducted on horseback. We've actually gone a lot farther than that now. But the census is set up in the Constitution to reapportion Congress. That is the main reason we do this. The Census Bureau doesn't make these determinations, but if you look at the same think tank studies that I've looked at, Nevada may well be on the cusp between having a 4th congressional seat and having a 3rd congressional seat after the 2010 census. We were a pretty safe bet about 2 or 3 years ago to get that 4th seat, but given that the population of Nevada has plateaued, whether we get organized and do this well in 2010 could well be the difference between 4 congressional seats and 3, between 6 electoral votes and 5. Also, this has a direct bearing on redistricting of the state legislature. And obviously, given the tremendous growth of the Las Vegas Valley, to see that the community of Las Vegas is represented in the State Assembly and the State Senate to the maximum extent possible is an important motivator for people here in Southern Nevada. Unlike 2000, I find myself talking a lot about jobs this time because the Census Bureau really does serve as sort of a stimulus for Nevada's economy. We brought on board about a month ago about 1,340 people across the state. These are good-paying jobs. They start at about $13 an hour, and we'll have hundreds of people on staff through the remainder of this year, sort of in fits and starts as we go. But the real peak of our operations will be next year. Census Day is April 1st. I don't know how we got stuck with April Fool's Day as Census Day, but there it is. And we'll be actually hiring about 4,000 people statewide for the census next spring. But I think the most important argument that we can possibly make is money. This is really the primary motivator for so many of the audiences that we talk to out there, and it really makes this issue applicable to almost any audience you can imagine and almost any constituency you can imagine as well. And it makes it a truly bipartisan issue. If you look at this, we actually did some research a couple of months ago. We brought together the LCB with the State Data Center and the State Demographer. And we found that for every man, woman, and child that we miss in the census, Nevada stands to lose $917 per person per year. Well, keep in mind, we only do this every 10 years. So you're talking about $9,170 for every person missed. We miss one family of 4 next year. We're going to lose $36,000 in federal funding. I mean, that is a tremendous impact on this economy. And given the tremendous financial strain that you all are going through and that folks across the state of Nevada are going through, I truly do look at this as part of the solution to our fiscal woes here, getting our fair share of funding from Washington, D.C. I know we have many disagreements about how large the government is in this state, but whether you're Republican, Democrat, on the left, on the right, I think we can all agree getting our fair share of funding from Washington is something that we can all get behind. We had a very unsuccessful census here in Nevada in 1990, and we turned things around in 2000. In 2000, before I came on board with the Census Bureau, I was on the senior staff of Governor Bob Miller, and I know how this issue was talked about in the Capitol. We had a very poor response rate in 1990, a very high undercount. The undercount went to 2.3% in this state in 1990, and we have the 5th worst response rate to the census of any state in the country. In 2000, my boss back in Denver challenged me and challenged all of us by extension to do things differently here, to really take an approach that would resonate with people here in Nevada. In my opinion, we do the census wrong if we look at it as a top-down exercise. If we say, as the envelope will say, it will say, your response is required by law. Well, I can't think of a single phrase more likely to turn off people here in this state. And so we actually are doing this much differently in Nevada. Whereas most places, they pitch this as an obligation, a civic duty. Here in Nevada, we're trying to make the case that people should want to do this. This is an opportunity for us. I would hate to have my job in Pennsylvania or New York, someplace where the population is shrinking, because you really have to make the argument that this is just something we have to do and get past us. In Nevada, I can make the case this is something we should want to do, and it is in everyone's best interests. Using that approach and using an approach that resonated with Nevadans, Nevada had the best improvement in census response of any state in the nation, bar none, in 2000. We're looking to continue that track record of success in the year to come. So how do we do this successfully in Nevada? Well, first of all, we answer the question, what's in it for me? We boil this down for how the census impacts people in their daily lives. I think when people hear they're going to hear a presentation about the census, they expect to see someone in horn-rimmed glasses with a really boring presentation about numbers. The truth is, this is a story about quality of life. This is a story about schools, about roads, about infrastructure, about economic development. And so we need to really boil this down for people. Second, we need to use Nevada leaders, imagery, and respect the skepticism of the federal government that exists out there. I think there is just simply a deep-seated Western conservatism that we need to overcome in this state, where people don't trust the federal government. They don't like the federal government. So how do you overcome that? Well, you recast this whole undertaking away from being a federal undertaking and more toward being a grassroots neighborhood campaign. That will connect with all audiences across the state, and that's what we did last time, and it worked out quite well. I want to conclude today by talking just a little bit about the impact of the undercount to make this, just to boil this down and make this very crystal clear. Nevada's population in 1990 was about 1.2 million people. We had an undercount of about 2.3%. We missed about 28,000 Nevadans. Now, I'm asked sometimes, how do you know you missed people? Well, the fact is the Census Bureau and outside agencies do quality control measures where we actually will go back and re-look at certain census tracts. We don't do the entire census in that kind of a labor-intensive, time-intensive way because that wouldn't be practical. But we do have a very stringent quality control process. We know we missed about 2.3% of Nevadans in 1990. In 2000, our population went almost up to 2 million people. The undercount was 1.68%. We missed about the same number of Nevadans from 1990 to 2000 with a much, much larger population across the state. Finally, I want you to take a look at these two scenarios. Scenario A says, well, what happens if we hold the line? What happens if the undercount remains at that 1.68% level? The state demographer, Jeff Hardcastle, has estimated our population statewide will be about 2.8 million people next April. If the undercount is 1.68% here in Las Vegas, we're going to miss about, or across the state, we're going to miss about 47,000 Nevadans, and we're going to lose about $43 million in federal funding annually. That's bad, but scenario B is much, much worse. With the same estimated population, if we let the undercount go back up to 2.3%, we're going to miss a lot more Nevadans, up to 64,000, and we're going to lose $59.1 million in annual federal funding. The difference between scenario A and scenario B, $15.9 million a year, can be the difference between us getting organized, doing this right, building these partnerships, and having a very strong relationship with city governments like the city of Las Vegas and not. And so that's why I'm here today, and that's why we're getting organized much the same way we did in 2000. So what we're asking from you today, first of all, I know this is an easy pitch to ask you all to become public champions for this, to incorporate this into your presentations as you go out there and meet with your constituents, to keep this front of mind with voters, with people who are living in the community. This is not something people pay a lot of attention to, but it is something that has a tremendous impact on our quality of life. The second item, I understand this was not agendized as a resolution today. We'll ask in the future for us to come back as maybe as a consent item and just pass a resolution of support for this. And hopefully, we can work together to create a public-private partnership that will allow all of us to promote the census throughout the community. Those of you who serve on the SNRPC board will be taking up an item tomorrow to approve a contract for a vendor to come in and to run our complete count effort here in Southern Nevada. And we're very much looking forward to working with Strategic Solutions and BNP on that, assuming your approval. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for us to do the same kind of marketing, communications messaging that we did in 2000, and hopefully to continue that track record of success. So with that, I will leave you by saying that we do have a Twitter feed. If any of you are interested, or if anybody watching at home is interested, if anyone would like to follow what we're doing with the census, I'm posting daily updates with the latest news of what's happening with our census campaign. I just filed an entry from the audience here about an hour ago, and that is at twitter.com/NVCensus. Other than that, all of you are welcome to contact me. I believe you all have a copy of my presentation, and my email address is on there. With that, happy to answer any questions, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Byerman. Any questions?
Yes, Mayor Goodman.
Yes, Cousin
Yes,
Bartlett.
thank you so much for being here.
Mm-hmm.
Are you all in need of assistance in regards to employing individuals to go out and conduct the census count?
Sure. We actually hired a very large number of people about a month ago. We hired 1,300 people. We had to test nearly 10,000 people to get those numbers. So we've done most of our hiring for this year. However, I will note that we are right now recruiting for management positions. And we recently closed some of those management positions. Some of them are still open. Especially, I know here in North Las Vegas and in Henderson, we have an assistant manager for technology that we're currently recruiting for, basically an IT director for those two offices. Up in Northern Nevada, we're still recruiting for all management positions. Our Las Vegas office opened about 6 months ago, so we already have our management team in place for the Las Vegas office. We'll be opening those 2 additional offices for Southern Nevada in about 4 months. If anyone is watching at home, or if any of you would like to communicate with your constituents, if people would like to learn more about census employment, they can call our hotline. That number is area code 866-861-2010, or literally on the Twitter update I just posted, we actually have a link to the website where you can find out more information about those jobs.
What was the phone number again?
It's area code 866-861-2010.
Okay, and someone who may be interested in an IT position or any future positions working with the census, how would they go about doing that? Would they go to your Twitter page? Would they
They would call that number.
That number?
That number is the best way to get scheduled to take a test. We use a couple of different assessments, one for field workers, one for management. They're 30 and 60-minute tests, respectively. The people who answer those phones are right here in Las Vegas. They'll be able to answer any questions that people have about the positions that are available right now.
Okay. I'm not an attorney, but I was trying to lead the witness in the sense of I know that there's someone out there that is in need of employment and may meet the qualifications of your IT position or any future positions that you may have through the census. And this will give some individual out in the community an opportunity to reach out to the census and submit their application over the phone or online, and also submit their resume in order to be employed again.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I just have a point of interest. Are we only counting citizens?
No. In fact, everyone counts in the census. That is actually one of our biggest challenges, is because the information that is collected in the census is kept strictly confidential, not only from other people, but from any other government agencies. So one of the most difficult challenges that we have is to, communicate with undocumented workers who may be very reluctant to share information with the census, that information would not be shared with, immigration or with law enforcement. The way we do that is not for me to make the case that that's the case. The way we do that is to work with pastors and churches, with teachers and schools, with community leaders, and we're establishing a variety of partnerships with community groups so that we can build that case with some credibility, that this information is kept strictly confidential for 72 years.
For 72 years?
Yeah, for 72 years. In fact, every year that ends in a 2, the census data from 72 years before is all released to the public. People who follow genealogy love that because, for example, in 2012, you'll be able to go back and look at the census responses from people from 1940.
Okay, you learn something every day. Very good. Thank you. All right, thank you very much for the report.
Thank you very much,
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Item 81 is discussion and possible action on a request to install speed humps on Cannon Boulevard between Michael Way and Minnesota Street in Ward 5. Mr. Cervantes.
Alder Cervantes, Department of Public Works.
Mayor, before we see or hear from Jorge, if you don't mind, Councilman Wilson and I need to take a break.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll be in recess for
30 seconds.
5 minutes.
Sure.
Hey, Calvin, come here for a second.
We'll be out of here this afternoon about 2:30.
I got one item, it might be.
What, objections from neighbors?
I don't have quite a few here in favor of the project. They live all over the valley.
What project is this?
It's down there at 14. I mean, it's just, it's stupid. I mean, I hope I can just cut it down. As far as length of time, it's unnecessary to berate everything and stuff. Two senior centers, two senior citizens, and a senior mobile home park live just right there, and they strip the whole.
Oh, Rule on Earl?
No, this is down on the land.
No. How are we doing here? Ricky, I think we can start. Councilman Wilson?
That new deputy city manager, I met him and he says, Joe Betcha, she's like John McNellis, so I'm going to go to her.
You know, he called me the other day. I hadn't heard from McNellis in a long time.
Yeah.
Called me up. What do you mean? He invited me to a... It's the weirdest thing. He invited me to a barbecue in his home on Saturday or Sunday. And I said, I got something going. Yeah, now that you said that. Come on, let's go. I'm hungry. Okay, folks, we're all set. Okay. Mr. Cervantes, we're back in session.
All right. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. The city received a request for speed humps on Cannon Boulevard between Michael Way and Minnesota. A traffic study indicated that we have about 364 cars a day using this street and an 85th percentile of 33 miles per hour. We mailed out 41 ballots to the adjacent property owners, received back 22 responses, 21 in favor, 1 opposed. The Traffic and Parking Commission at their April 23rd meeting recommended approval of this item. It's not an emergency response route, and it's here before you for consideration.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Cervantes?
right, seeing none, this is Councilman Barlow's ward.
Yes, Mayor, I don't see any area of concern, so I would like to move forward to follow staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote on that. Post. I said post.
You just posted that.
Okay, motion carries then. 82 is R 34-2009. Discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to certain undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, the RDA, in connection with the interlocal cooperative agreement by and between the RDA and the City of Las Vegas, a political subdivision of the state of Nevada, for the project concerning the Union Park Master Plan development and authorizing the execution of the interlocal cooperative agreement by the city. This is in Ward 5, and this is related to RDA item 4. I think in the future we may have to amend the Union Park master plan and change it to Symphony Park, so there won't be confusion. So that's just something I tossed out to you. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Bill Arndt, Office of Business Development. This item is to pledge Redevelopment Agency tax increment revenue to fund the debt service for a prior bond issue of the city. The bond issue was the City General Obligation Issue Series 2006C, which was issued to support infrastructure funding in Union Park, what has now been renamed and rebranded Symphony Park, as Mr. Mayor mentioned. The purpose of this item is to approve the resolution in the interlocal cooperative agreement, which is attached to the resolution, to authorize the city to accept payment from the agency for funding the debt service for the bond issue. This is not appropriating any new money from the redevelopment agency. It's merely memorializing the agreement for the redevelopment agency to use the tax increment funds to fund the debt service for the bonds that has already been issued. Staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Arndt? Councilor Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to move to approve the resolution consenting to the undertaking of the City of Las Vegas to the for the project concerning Symphony Park on behalf of the City of Las Vegas in the interlocal cooperative agreement.
Thank you.
That would be my motion.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
I apologize, Your Honor, I was a little quick off the mark, and I posted before everyone had a chance to vote. Could we please revote?
All right, let's revote, please.
And there have some Beverly's here.
Post.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 83 is R 35-2009.
Don't let it happen again.
Discussion and possible action regarding a resolution
Don't let it happen again.
consenting to certain undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, the RDA, in connection with the interlocal cooperative agreement by and between the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, for the projects concerning the Union Park Master Plan development and the Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement, and authorizing the execution of the interlocal cooperative agreement by the city. And this is related to item RDA, item number 5, heard earlier this morning. It too is in Ward 5. Mr. Arndt.
Thank you. This item is for funding for both infrastructure in Symphony Park, formerly known as Union Park, and also to fund additional capital costs for the Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement. This is to fund the debt service for an interfund loan with the city's sewer fund, sanitation fund, and to pledge the tax increment from the redevelopment agency to service the debt on that loan. It will be considered an indebtedness of the redevelopment agency. It is subordinate to existing senior bonds of the agency. The item is in order and staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Arndt? Councilor Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move to follow staff's recommendation for the funding of the interfund loan for the projects, the Law Enforcement Museum, the Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement, as well as the Symphony Park.
All right.
That would be my motion.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 84 is Bill number 2009-16, levies assessment for Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District from Las Vegas Boulevard to A Street. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 29-16, an ordinance concerning the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of a commercial area revitalization project, assessing the cost of the project against the accessible lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing details in connection therewith.
Okay, and Councilman, your motion, please.
Move for approval.
Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 85 is Bill number 2009-17, updates municipal code standards and requirements for ambulance services provided by means of franchise. Councilman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 29-17, an ordinance to update municipal code standards and requirements for ambulance services provided by means of franchise and provide for other related matters.
All right. Councilman, your motion, please.
Move for approval.
Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 86 through 88 are bills 2009-18, 2009-19, 2009-20. They're eligible for adoption at a later meeting, and we're going to move on to the new bills. Now, we'll go the new bills, items 89 through 91, bills 2009-21 through 2009-23 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, June 2nd, 2009. And let me remind everyone that that time for that meeting and all future recommending committee meetings has been changed to 9 a.m. If you would, Mr. Jerpik, if you read bill number 89 first, and then I have a statement I'd like to make as to bills 90 and 91.
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. If you'll also indulge me for a moment, I'd like to make a comment on item number 88. It's a bill not eligible for adoption at this meeting. It prohibits alcoholic beverages in glass containers in city parks without a permit. We omitted, when we put the bill on the agenda, to list Councilwoman Tarkanian as a co-sponsor. She brought this to our attention. I mentioned it yesterday at the recommending committee. I just wanted to put it on the record today. Her name will be on when the bill comes up at the next meeting, eligible for adoption.
All right, thank you.
With that, I'll be happy to read bill number 2009-21, an ordinance to update the hearing procedures for the municipal code relating to parking infractions and other related matters.
All right, thank you. Before we read 90 and 91, I want to add that before these bills go to the recommending committee, they will be amended. And in order to further discuss the impacts of these bills and the amendments, a meeting has been scheduled to allow all interested parties to get together and discuss these issues. That meeting is scheduled for Friday, May 29th at 10 a.m. in council chambers, right here in City Hall where we are, and I encourage anyone who has concerns regarding these bills to attend that meeting. There's been expressed to us concern on the part of many folks in the private sectors that they want additional input. I know that there's a certain philosophy on the part of the council at this point that we do not want to burden the private sector financially or economically during these very challenging times. So please, anybody who's interested in these bills, please attend that meeting. It's on Friday, May 29th, 10 a.m. in these council chambers. And with that, Mr. Jervik, if you could read the two remaining bills.
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. I'll just make an observation on your comment that if the entire council is going to be present for that meeting, that will be subject to the open meeting law.
We're not necessarily going to be involved in that process. We'll have staff, and of course, we'll make sure that if there are more than three of us here.
I won't be there.
Okay, if there are more than two of us here, what is it? What's the rule? 3 or 2? If there are more than 3 of us here, one of us will leave.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 29-22, an ordinance to update the business licensing provisions of the municipal code, adding certain administrative and service-related fees, adjusting various license fees and license origination charges, and provided for other related matters. And finally, Bill number 29-23, an ordinance relating to business license categories and fees, updating license fee provisions to increase the gross sales license fee, including annual license fee adjustments for certain license categories based on the consumer price index and the city's growth rate, adjusting license fees for certain alcoholic beverage licenses, adding provisions regarding the licensing and regulation of persons who rent or lease certain types of commercial property, and providing for other related matters.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to assign these bills to Councilman Barlow, if you'll be available on June the 2nd.
I will be.
Good. And Councilman Steinman, I'm sure he'll be available at that time. So we'll go on to item number 92. 92 is to go into closed session to discuss upcoming labor negotiations. How long do you think that may last today, Ms. Fretwell? Because there's so many of us who are not here, I'm not sure that it's going to be that meaningful.
It's going to be very quick, about 15 minutes.
Okay, very good. Okay, may I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. So let us be in recess then until, I'd say 1:15. Is that okay? Sure. Good. We have some refreshments back here, so let's go and do our job.
Every single number. And I have 718 easily. Okay. With 27 feet to here. And this and 22 from here. So I over
Okay, so you're requesting 18, no, 24 is the code.
Well, no, the code and angle is 16.
No. 24 spaces. 24 spaces.
Oh, yeah, they are required.
Right, so you're going to request 18 instead of 24. That's okay.
I'm requesting how many? Yeah, 18 instead of 15. Actually, the code says one way is 16, and I have to I mean, you see this stuff. Having those two more. Well, you will read it. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the afternoon session of the City Council meeting. We were in a closed session. We were talking about collective bargaining, and that's what we did, and got us off to a little late start, but we'll be able to move this along today. Item number 93 is any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have one item. Item 118 is a special use permit 33755. Applicant owner Douglas B. Kays et al. Appeal to the Planning Commission to deny recreational vehicle storage facility with a 6-foot screening device where 8 feet is required at 1717 South Decatur Boulevard. The applicant would like that to be held in advance until our June 17, 2009 meeting. Are there any other items? Hearing none, you want to make a motion to bring this item forward, take the appropriate action, please.
All right, you've heard the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Hold it.
I'm sorry.
What happened?
The screen blinked. I thought it was registering the vote, and it didn't. I apologize.
You want us to revote?
Please.
All right, let's revote, please.
That's 3
Post.
times today.
Twice.
I voted. Can I re-sign in?
Are you registered? Are you signed in?
No, I was getting ready to sign in, and it just went blank. I had not signed in.
Okay. The administrative program is showing the mayor signed in twice, so we're going to stop.
Mayor, I vote twice. That's the reason I signed in twice. I don't care about the other people.
That would be right because it showed you voting twice when you voted.
As well I should, early and often.
We're going to need to close the meeting out and reopen it. I apologize.
Oh, sorry, folks. This is the 21st century, and I'm a bit of a dinosaur when it comes to this. All right. We're all signing in now. All right.
You the best if it was me.
Has that? Are we all signed in?
Okay, and then Councilman Reed, that was a motion to hold in advance?
Yes.
That's correct. So let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Is that what happened? All right. Items 94 through 97 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda items 94 through 97?
No questions, Your Honor. Make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval of these items with all conditions.
All right. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 98 through 105 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing and non-public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearing items will be opened at one time, and any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Before I read items 98 through 105, do any of the council members wish to have any of these items removed from 98 to 105? Would you like that removed from the one motion, one vote? All right, then we'll consider all these one motion, one vote. 98 is RQR 34144. The applicant is Focus in Southern Nevada. The owner is Metropolitan Community Church. Request for a required review of a previously approved special use permit for a social service provider at 1140 Almond Tree Lane in Ward 4. 3. 99 is DIR 33776. The applicant owner is the Mesquite Club, Inc. Request to designate the Mesquite Club Clubhouse as a historic property on the City of Las Vegas Historic Property Register as approved by Historic Preservation Commission on 1.13 acres at 702 East St. Louis in Ward 3.
Item 100 is DIR 33777. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, requests to designate Lorenzi Park as a historic district on the City of Las Vegas Historic Property Register as approved by Historic Preservation Commission on 59.37 acres at 720 Twin Lakes Drive in Ward 5. 101 is RQR 32951. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner is Decatur Car Care Associates. Required review of an approved special use permit for a 50-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 2003 South Decatur Boulevard in Ward 1. Item 102 is RQR 32956. The applicant is Lamar Central Outdoor. The owner is Paramount Investments Company. Required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise billboard sign at 3227 Meade Avenue in Ward 1. Number 103 is RQR 32966. The applicant owner is Stansbury Construction, Inc. Required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 24-foot off-premise billboard sign at 3052 South Valley View Boulevard in Ward 1. 104 is VAC 33722. The applicant owner is Clark County School District. Petition to vacate a 15-foot wide portion of a 25-foot wide Bureau of Land Management grant easement generally located west of Egan Crest Drive and south of Severance Lane in Ward 6. And finally, 105 is DIR 34062. The applicant owner is PN Roman numeral 2 Inc. Required review of a development report as required by subsection 8.1 of that certain development agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Jack and Laura Summer et al., dated December 18, 1991, on 635.8 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of Grand Teton Drive and Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for each of these items. Items 98 through 104 are public hearings, which I now declare open. Would anyone here like to speak on any of those items, items 98 through 104?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
I would like to speak on item 100.
All right. Why don't we do that, and then we'll recognize these ladies who raised their hand. This is the time for public comment on that. We'll have Councilman Barlow speak on item 100.
Ready?
Please.
Yes. In relation to item 100, which basically states that the City of Las Vegas has designated Lorenzi Park as a historical district and on the historical property register, I would like to announce to the community that on June 27th, Lorenzi Park will be reopened to the community, and the entire community is invited. We are going to have a very huge celebration, various genres of music and entertainment, food from around the valley, exhibition games, and this is going to be one fabulous opportunity for the entire community to come out and really celebrate the reopening of Lorenzi Park, one of our greatest regional parks that we have here in the city, and one of the oldest outside of Floyd and Lamb, of course. And just really wanted to celebrate that and also ask the council for their support of this item as well once we come to that point.
Very good. Thank you.
If I may, Mayor and Councilman,
Yes.
very quickly, one more thing. As this is the designation of it as an historic property, just to mention on that date, our Historic
Preservation
Commission, I'm lost it. Thank you, sir. Clay T. White will be present and will be taking oral histories of those that have stories about the park, and she will be there on the date of the opening on June 27th, and so we'd certainly love to have all of those that have a great story or a history of the park to be there that day and share their history with us. Those will be being recorded.
Very good. Thank you. Would anyone like to be heard at the public hearing? Yes, ma'am. Please step up and give us your name.
My name is Shirley Bailey. I'm the chairman of Building and Grounds and the chairman of the Historic Preservation application. And with me today is the president of the Mesquite Club, my co-chair, Adeline Jordan, Betty Rumford, Nancy Zangle, and Lois.
Come on up, folks. You get yourself on TV. Come on, a career.
We are celebrating a century of service. I brought one of our brochures for each of you in 2011. And it was a little more than a year ago, Mayor, that we had you out to the Mesquite Club. And
Had a wonderful time.
Encouraged us, and we went through the application process. The city has been wonderful. We came to the City Planning Commission, and we just wish to thank everyone associated with the city in helping us to secure this designation. We look forward to working with the city in the future, and we're just very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. The Mesquite Club is great. You're so good for the city, and anything that we could do to make you more successful, we want to do. Yes, ma'am.
I am president of the Mesquite Club, and we've been very active in your neighborhood association meetings. And we were going to a potluck tomorrow night at the West Huntridge Association. We're very proud of the downtown area there, and we have the Southridge Neighborhood Association meets at our clubhouse with the city when you do have your meetings. And I just want to say thank you for the effort you're putting forth in the revitalization of the downtown area.
Well, I appreciate that. That's Councilman Reese's ward, and he's so
Yes.
very proud of the beautification
Yes.
that's taken in place.
I would like
right
to
in front.
extend an invitation to come to our clubhouse. We have just renovated the inside, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Did the folks from Perini help you?
They were very helpful.
Oh, no.
No.
We wouldn't be here without Perini.
Okay.
They're the ones who helped us to inaugurate the historic preservation. But with the actual painting,
Yes.
they didn't do that. That's
I
what
see.
she meant.
That I was talking about. We paid a contractor
don't.
a great deal of money
No, I don't.
to do the.
Okay. But that was great. That was. It shows you were on different pages. Yes,
Can I address this to Councilman Barlow?
certainly. But please state your name for the record.
My name is Marilyn Essex. Councilman Barlow, I am thrilled to death that Old Twin Lakes Park, as I know it, you call it Lorenzi Park, is going to be a historical. To me, it's one of the nicest things I've heard today, besides our own building.
That's great. Well, thank you very much, ladies, for coming down. We really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Anybody else like to be heard on any of these items? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move follow staff's recommendation for approval of all these items with all comments on the record, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll go to 106, and we'll read 106 and 107. 106 is GPA 32424, request to amend a portion of the Southeast Sector Plan of the General Plan from SC, which is Service Commercial, to GC, General Commercial. And 107 is SUP 30693, request for a special use permit for a proposed auto repair garage major with a waiver to allow the openings of the service bays to face the public right-of-way. The applicant is Garnin LLC. The project's located at 4201 West Charleston Boulevard. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial for both items. These items are in Ward 1. They're public hearings, which are now declared open. Are you representing the applicant, sir?
Yes, I'm Fred Garcia.
Very good. Be happy to hear from you, sir.
Okay, we had this meeting like 2 weeks ago. It was held in abeyance for 2 weeks by Councilman Tarkanian was going to come by. She's never. I haven't gotten with her. so I
Okay,
don't know what-
there's a reason for it. Her dad is very ill,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and that's the reason she's not here today. So, with your permission, hopefully she'll be back in action. Can we obey it for 2 more weeks?
That's fine.
With the understanding, sir, that...
17th.
Excuse me?
17th.
The 17th of June.
Okay.
If you'd be kind enough to call the councilwoman's office next week and try to set something up with her. And if they say that she won't be available, let me know. Call me, and we'll try to get a new date for you so you won't have to be inconvenienced.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, can we have a motion then to abate?
I was going to motion for denial. That's what she wanted.
She didn't meet with that.
Huh?
She didn't meet with that.
I'll make a motion to hold this in abeyance, these items 106, 107 in abeyance until July 17th, please. June 17th.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Post?
Was she going to be pissed at me?
Well, that's my fault then. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll go on to 108. 108 is GPA 33607, General Plan Amendment. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Rizai Family Trust. Request to amend a portion of the Southeast Sector Plan of the General Plan from O Office to SC Service Commercial on 0.16 acres at 1580 East Sahara Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Elizabeth Rizai, 1580 East Sahara Avenue. I have your letter for you.
Okay. We've talked and we've discussed and we've went over this back and forth. Can you explain to us what you're going to put over there, please?
Did you want to see the letter and you want me to read it too?
Yeah, in just a minute. But what are you going to put over here at this location?
Well, I just want to hang my license. I'm not trying to open up a car lot. I'm not trying to do anything like that. I put in writing that there will never be a car lot there. Rizai Trust is Rizai Trust. It's going to pass from family to family Rizai. And we're not putting a car lot there. This is strictly for our finance company. Our intention is not to park cars in front or degrade the value of our finance company. Our main business is our finance company. But unfortunately, with rent being as high as it is on Wynn Road, they raise their rent again, and it's extremely costly for us just to hang a license. We don't do any business as a car lot at all. That's why we're requesting a broker's license. We're not even requesting like a car lot license because we don't want that.
Can you give a copy of this to Margot, please, so she can put it in the record?
Did I make enough copies? I'm sorry.
Well, we'll be okay.
Okay.
All right. Are there any questions of the young lady? Folks, a public hearing if you'd like to be heard. All right, seeing nobody, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem, what's your pleasure?
With this, we've got 2 or 3 issues over there in and around this location. It does face on Sahara. Over the years, we've had a business next door that is selling cars. We're trying to work that out through staff. With this condition, is this condition going to be okay? Can we put that on the record?
Councilman, as this is a general plan amendment, we normally do not have conditions for these. I think that the planning director is currently looking at this and may want to add something to my statement.
If I may?
Yes. Yes.
The issue, I mean, we can file this letter, that's fine, and it can be in the file, but this is just the designation of the general plan. So there isn't a condition placed on that. With regard to an auto broker, which is my understanding the application.
Yes.
That is permitted with a with the limitation. It does not require an SUP, so it does not require a public hearing. Pursuant to the current code, she would be allowed to have 2 vehicles displayed on the property, which is my understanding that that's a requirement of the state licensing for an auto broker. And this general plan...
But she's saying she won't do that, though.
I don't want that. I don't want to degrade my finance company. And it looks, I mean, it's a finance company. You don't post cars in front.
She just wants to hang her license up, she says.
I just want my license there, that's it. I will put it in
For an
writing,
auto
I will
broker.
sign it. Yes, I don't want, this is strictly so I can sell my vehicles at auction. I can wholesale them to dealerships. I'm not trying to park cars. Like next door, they have 15 cars parked in front.
I understand, if I may. We
Yes.
understand that, and that it is her desire to just do the office use.
Right.
The concern is with regard to the license, once she applies for that license from the state, it's certainly not a city requirement to have any cars there. But it was our understanding that that was a state requirement of the brokerage license.
Let the state enforce it then. I don't think we can require her to, as a city, to have 2 cars there.
No, sir. I don't want to park cars.
No, I understand.
Please.
But the state might find an issue there. But I don't see it. They got enough aggravation. They're not going to mess with you with for 2
I hope
cars.
not.
Or if they do, they should be shot.
Your Honor, This lady's worked very, very closely with us. She's really, really nervous today. I don't want her to be nervous.
This will be the best birthday present ever. Come on, you guys. My birthday's coming up.
I don't have any problem with it, Your Honor. With what we're changing it to, the service commercial, we have a restaurant, a convenience store, we have a bar, we have a stereo installation shop, we have the car for sale right next door to her. She's just going to put in a little office there. My motion is going to be for approval of this item with all conditions.
Fine. Let's vote on that, please. Host? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much, you guys. This is the best birthday present ever. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a nice day.
Okay. Another happy constituent leaves the city council chambers. It's wonderful. 109 VAR 32873, a variance, public hearing. The applicant owners Antonio and Christina Sosa. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow 16 parking spaces where 24 are required for the conversion of 500 square feet of office to a restaurant use on 0.56 acres at 1499 North Land Boulevard in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now declared open.
Good evening, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Tim Ayala, 4600 Sunset Road, representing the applicant. I show here in the property in place that we're talking about. This is right here in the corner of Van Buren and Lamb. And as you know, this is a neighborhood conservation zoning. And therefore, this is what it was before. We just want to make a recollection of what was before and what is right now. This is the type of houses that they are around this neighborhood, and some they are even worse. But the owner, Mr. Antonio Sosa, he went and stepped up and he did this building with a full landscape, with a very, very nice building. And we want to show you that we went from an old house that it was in bad shape to a beautiful neighborhood commercial building. What we're asking, and is by granted, and this is something that I want to clarify because the code says, because the economy and all that, those problems, there is a barber shop. They cannot make a living with the barber shop. So what they're trying to do is have this.
Hold it real quick.
Yes.
Before we go any further, it's not a barber shop; it's a beauty salon.
Well, okay. Well,
if it's a barber shop, we got a problem here.
Yes, competition. But the problem is.
What? Now wait, Tim. I got a problem here. Is it a barber shop or a beauty shop?
It's a. It's barber and beauty shop. It goes both, Mr. Reese. The problem with
a beauty shop, basically, in the olden days, it was for ladies. I own a barber shop. I don't own a beauty shop. I own a barber shop.
Right.
And I don't do ladies' hair.
If I may, Mr. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, just the current business licenses that they have active in this location include nail salon, beauty product sales, 6-chair beauty salon, and beauty product sales.
He called it a barber shop, though. That's what I'm saying. As soon as he did that, I had a problem.
Right, and I'm just clarifying what the existing business licenses that he has at that location, so that part's clear.
But they do barber shop. That's for sure. Well, Mr. Reese.
Mayor Pro Tem, as long as your independence of judgment isn't compromised as a result of this application, you're okay to vote.
Yeah,
well,
do it.
If I deny this application, it's not because it's a barber shop, okay?
Okay, Mr. Reese, thank you. And also, what we're...
So time, wait, 1 second, please.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll be in recess for 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Oh, but so ahí está.
Ya déjalo, déjalo.
Thank you, Mr. Ayala. I make a motion to hold this in advance until the 17th of June.
All right, that's the motion.
Let me explain why we need to do that. If the councilman's going to abstain on it, we don't have enough votes. So we only have 4 people up here. So by that time, we'll have all the rest of the council members here, and you'll have enough votes to be able to vote on the item. But right now, if he abstains, the item can't be heard because there's not enough votes.
Okay. I just want to make
No, let me tell you why this is happening.
He
okay?
reiterated it was a barber shop 3 times.
Wait, folks. Councilman Reese is a barber, and he has a shop in the area that this is located. There would be potential competition, at least somebody could argue that, and they're going to say that at least there's an appearance of impropriety for him to be voting on this. So I have counseled with him, and I told him that in my judgment, and he tends to agree with it, that he should not sit on this particular matter because he could get in trouble on an ethics complaint, and I don't want that to happen to him. You indicated 2 or 3 times on the record that it's a barber shop. If it was a beauty shop, no problem, we could go forward. Barber shop, he can't go forward. Now, my issue right now is, are you all you folks down here in support or against? Okay, then what I'm going to do is this. I did? Did they speak?
No.
Did anybody who wants to speak today? Yeah.
2 weeks ago, we had to hold an abeyance because they didn't send out the proper notification.
I see.
So because the staff's mistake, we had open abeyance.
Okay.
They came down here for that thing.
Right. Right. Should I let him talk or not?
Mr. Mayor, I want to clarify something.
No,
we have a license for.
It doesn't matter. You made a statement, and we have to live with that record. Now, what I'm going to do is this: because you came down here, I'm going to give you a choice. You could either come back to the date that this is obeyed, and you can speak at that time, or I'll let you speak today. Whatever you want to do. How many want to speak? All right, there aren't that many that want to speak. Why don't you? I'll give you time to speak, and we'll make that part of the record. Well, a lot of hands are going up. But when we're going to decide this, which is what's the date again? 17th of June.
17th of June.
You can't speak twice, so that's your choice. It would be much more effective if you could speak on the 17th of June when this is fresh in our minds. But I don't want to inconvenience you. You came down here, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to speak if you want to speak today. But my suggestion is if you can come back on the 17th to speak at that time. But whatever you want to do is fine with me. All right. If anyone wants to speak, come on up, please.
And Mayor, you may want to caution them about repetition if there's something that.
Oh, I won't allow that to happen.
Okay.
But thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
All right.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Please
you,
give
Mr.
us your name.
My name is Antonio Sosa.
Put a 2-minute timer.
You want me to go?
Either way, but just make sure the microphone is on. There's a little button there. Wait, let him go first.
Yeah, my name is Antonio Sosa. I'm at the owner, and I really feel bad for this happen. But it's a beauty salon. It's a beauty salon.
I can't help that, sir. I wish I could take back the gentleman's words, but on the record here, it's just too uncertain at this time. That's my personal opinion. I just don't want my mayor pro tem to get into trouble. I'm not going to allow it happen.
Correct. Okay. I apologize for that.
No, it's not your fault.
And the only reason I'm really feel really bad about it is because I've been putting a lot of effort in this. I've been working really hard to get a permit for that. And I just want you to consider, if it's possible that you can do with the boats that we have today, for me it's fine, because it's really important for me. I'm unemployed. I'm a Clark County employee too. I work for the school district, and I'm trying to make a living from that property. And I've been working so hard, as you see the pictures.
But the problem is this: even if I wanted to go forward today, because I'm missing 3 council members, I've got 1 council member whose father is very, very, very ill.
and she hasn't been able to attend. I have another council member who is hospitalized, and I have a third council member who's in Washington, D.C. It
Correct.
takes all four of us to vote on anything today. With the mayor pro tem going to abstain, which means he won't vote, you would have to lose. So that's the reason that we're going to, there are only three of us left. So that's the reason that we're going to put it back to the 17th. That way we'll hopefully have a full council and we'll be able to make a vote on our conscience at that time.
And if I take the risk for the three of you,
It doesn't matter. It doesn't pass.
it won't pass?
No, all three of us could vote for you when you lose. Yeah,
Okay.
today.
All right, yes, I understand. But I would like to say sorry for what happened, and
I appreciate that.
we'll be here for next
Okay, we'll
time.
see you on the 17th.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else want to be heard today?
I want to be heard.
All right, sir. Please give us your name.
About 2 weeks ago.
I need your name first. I need your name on the record.
Oh, Thomas Sokolik. I live at 4420 East Van Buren Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay.
Okay, now what this is about is I'm going on 80 years old. And that's my councilman there. I never talk to him much, but I sure keep an eye on the news. What has happened to me is 2 weeks ago, some lady came up to my daughter who was visiting us. My wife has cancer. I have a dry leg in the knee. I have half a lung that's rotted, or whatever you want to call it. And I can't sleep more than an hour at a time because I come up with a couple of cups of fluid overnight. And this lady yells out to my daughter, "Are you digging that up so they can't park in there at Meantonia?" Well, the only thing I ever stopped the parking about is there's a guest house in back, and right by the side gate is the fire lane. And being in the Marines, I know what that kind of stuff usually, how they handle that around the barracks. And so she and one of the counselors, this lady saw twice, and she was sure to mention it to me, so that person could get it through. And then this gentleman that was just here went over in the next street in the trailer court and saw all the people there, and he did a good job of it. And the one lady looked at him and said, how did she put it? You tell me. I'm going to get you out of here just like I got the lady out of here that was with a preschool. Well, I didn't like the idea that there was a council, one of the commissioners connected with that. She was using it as leverage. And like I say, 2 months ago, I got 3 dogs. I used to have a dog.
Okay, but I'm going to have to cut you short to go on.
Okay, I'll try to end it fast. So what happened was she ended up calling 2 policemen on motorcycles. One is that one cop that's got gray and then a little bit of black on top. Very good cop. And he ended up saying, you shouldn't call us over these little things. I says, I know I shouldn't. Look over your back. See her there? He says, yeah, that's the one that called you, and she's nuts.
Okay.
I put it plain.
We got it right on the record then.
Okay, so that's
it. But
the only thing I got here that I wanted to say is this little one here shows that I was one of the kids that cleaned up the Pacific Guam in 1947 that you never hear about. The other one was a real good friend of mine. Used to be the campaign manager of the judges, Sandy Marlin. He was a good friend of mine.
All right, thank you.
Don't take up all their time.
It's all right. That's it. Thank you. I know I know who the boss is in that family.
She's the one that's kept me alive for the last 10 years.
You better
get me out of here.
You better listen to her, okay?
My name's Marie Sokolic, his wife.
Right.
And Tony does keep a nice place over there. We don't have a problem with Tony or that area. I mean, he does really keep it really nice. And we don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
I just want the others to leave us alone.
Okay.
I'm 80 years old.
Let him alone.
All right.
Whoever's bothering that man, let him alone.
Mayor?
Yes.
I have a question for Margot in regards to, as far as the business license at this location, 1499. What is the business licenses that are currently applied at this location? What are they listed in our planning department?
If I may, Mayor?
Yes.
Unit 120 has license for nail salon, beauty product sales, and a 6-chair beauty salon. Unit 110 has an insurance office, and those are the active licenses within the units on site.
Now, just for clarification, if in fact any of those businesses were a barbershop, would they be listed differently than what's listed there?
I believe with the business not in the zoning, but in the business licenses.
In the
it's
business
a different
license.
Business license, yes.
Yes, ma'am. So, Mayor, I asked that question just for clarification in regards to what the gentleman had, I, in my opinion, misspoke in regards to barbershop, just to.
I know, but he said it 3 times.
Yeah, I know. I was just basically just trying to see if that basically parallel with what he had mentioned.
Well, I don't know.
It's not a barbershop. It's a beauty shop.
Right.
At this point in time,
but he referenced it 3 times. I said it's not a barbershop. He said it's a barbershop. And he had to get the last word. And he said it's still a barbershop.
So, in an abundance of caution, I have to continue my advice to you. Sorry.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Now, I'll make a motion then to obey this until June 17th. That's the motion. Let's vote. I think you have to abstain.
Because abeyances are not substantive motions, the councilman can vote on an abeyance. It's just when it comes back and he chooses not to vote on the substantive motion, that's when he'd have to abstain. But
I hope everybody understands what happened here. I hope. Okay. We'll see you back here on the 17th. All right. Motion carries. Items 110 and 111. 110 is GPA 33746. Request to amend a portion of the Centennial Hills sector plan from RNP, Rural Neighborhood Preservation, to L, Low Density Residential. And 111 is ZON 33747. Request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to R1, Single Family Residential. The applicant owner is Denial Shannon, and the project is located at the southeast corner of Florine Avenue and Tomsick Street. The Planning Commission staff recommend denial of both items. These items are in Ward 4. They're public hearings, which I now declare open.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Thomas Hellam, 7330 Smoke Ranch Road, on behalf of the applicant. With me is Daniel Shannon, the owner-developer. Just to clarify where we're at here, just west of Cimarron, north of Alexander, it's a unique piece of property. We had hoped to subdivide this into 4 lots. The neighbors would like 2 lots. And so in the effort to compromise, we would like to amend our application. We would like to amend the general plan amendment from RNP to R, and subsequent zoning from RE to RD. And that would provide us with 3 lots. We believe that staff would support 3 lots in this piece of property, and that's what we would like you to approve today.
Very good. I'm going to ask Ms. Wheeler, have you had a chance to consider this or discuss it with Councilman Steinman?
Mayor, I have discussed it with Councilman Steinman last night. He indicated that this type of a solution he felt would be a reasonable compromise. Staff's recommendation would remain denial, however, because it still requires a general plan and rezoning. But it is a substantive change from the original application, and the council could take action on this today because this is a lesser density than was the application that was noticed. So this proposal for the R general plan and the RD rezoning is available for you to take action on today.
All right. That's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Yes, ma'am.
My name's Ron Petroni. I'm representing Karen L. Petroni on the lot that is directly, I guess it's going to be south of that. It's a 1 acre lot that we're looking to build a home on. And basically, I know that there's been a lot, I don't know all the ends of it, but I know there's a group out there that has spent a lot of time with the city council and planning and everything to try to keep it RE, to keep it RE. Basically, it's just, that's the way it ended up being, because they did not fight a whole lot on what's right south of me, which is that all those homes that aren't even half acres acting as a buffer off of Alexander. But I just feel for my acre, any more than 2 homes at this point, and I just heard about him maybe wanting to change this. I don't know what the ramifications of going RD is. I'm not totally up on that. I just own the piece of property there. But I still feel that, I don't know if 3 homes or not, but I don't know if that opens the gates to more homes, that type of thing. It's supposed to be half-acre lights only. I'm from what I understand, it's rural preservation type things where we don't need the sidewalks and all the off-site stuff. And now we're going to have 3 more homes. It just kind of boxes my acre in between. I got 6 homes on the right of me, and then he'd have 3 homes on the left of me, and that boxes in my acre with that. So my only concern is the value of my property. What's that going to do to my property? I guess what I'd ask you to ask yourselves is, if you own my piece, would you want that there? And under what's already been, stated by this whole development around there to stay RE, that rural preservation, I just feel that maybe a vote right now would be a little hasty, because Dan did call me last night or yesterday and kind of mentioned that he dropped it to 3 lots and that type of thing. So I just, really, I don't know exactly what that means. If he gets that zoning, does that mean later on, then maybe if that piece gets sold, somebody else can come in and put 4 homes on it? I don't know the ins and outs of it. So that's all I have on it. It's the best I can do as a not being knowledgeable and all that.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
I have a question for the gentleman. I'm trying to look at the aerial. Can we go back to the overhead?
It's hard to see.
Well, the other one.
Maybe you've got, okay. Yeah, he's got it better.
Okay, that's even better.
This is the parcel right here, and this is Mr. Petroni's
This is
parcel
me.
directly
and
south.
if you look at it, there's already a home here, and a home here. This is a 2.5 acre parcel.
Okay.
They're completely opposed to it. I know that. I guess they couldn't be here today because of the times. This is my piece here. You can see where this development went in. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 along here. Now, they're single story, which is nice. That's okay. But then if we put 3, 4 homes here, then it takes my piece and really, I can't even really subdivide it. You know what I mean? And not that I would want to. I'm just saying that I would like you to take into consideration the fact that it really, kind of landlocks me into a situation where it may be hard for me to sell if I decided to want to sell. If I wanted to build, I'd be surrounded by multiple homes, and the purpose of having an acre wasn't to have that many homes peering over my walls type thing. So
Now I see the street coming into your piece, your acre.
Yes.
Go back to the overhead, please.
Here?
No, I'm talking to my.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. The street that loads right into your property, does that street is that a fully improved street, or is that?
Yeah, there is a cul-de-sac curb and gutter there. This development here, they had to put that in because Thompson, this used to come all the way through.
Correct.
They did a vacation. We picked up an extra 30 feet here. So even with this wall and stuff here, I have a very small opening, as you can see,
So do you
to
own
get into my property.
So do you own the land behind the cul-de-sac?
I own this piece here. There's a full acre and a little bit more now because of the 30-foot vacation we picked up.
So if in fact you were to develop, how would you get into your property? Would you have to open the street up?
No,
Yeah.
the cul-de-sac, it still gives me about a 70-foot opening, I think it is. So I still have an okay opening to get in and out of this property.
On the property to the left of you, I think that's to your left.
Which is Dan Shannon? What
No,
he wants.
go over.
Here?
Yes.
They picked up 30 feet too.
Okay, hold on one second. Each parcel, is that a single-family home on each one of those parcels? How many homes is on that 2-acre?
Right now there are 2 homes.
Two.
There's a 7,000 square foot home here. I think like a 3,500, 4,000 square foot home here, and this guy is in his planning stage now to build his.
So there's 3 homes.
And there's going to be 3. There's 3 total. This was subdivided for 3 on this 2.5. But this full 2.5. Dan's trying to do this on an acre. And then mine's a full acre, which I have planned on building a retirement home on that acre.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think the young lady wanted to speak.
Yep.
My name is Julie Scaroni, and I live...
Yeah, please speak in the... Oh, okay,
here.
fine.
We have...
Wait, we can't see the overhead. There you go. Do it again one more time.
I live in the house that's on the southwest corner, or southeast corner of Tomsic and Florane.
Okay.
We have...
Now, if you would
3
be kind
homes.
enough to speak into the mic.
We've got 3 homes on that particular lot, 1 vacant lot. I had no idea whatsoever that the 3 homes were pertaining to just half of that empty lot that's on the other side of my wall. I don't even quite know where to start. He's trying to change from a neighborhood preservation, rural, to low density. To those of us who already live in that community, it's already low density. I mean, there's a certain flavor and character and charm in an area like that that's becoming increasingly rare with all of the development that we have. Should somebody want to live in 3 houses on 1 acre, you can drive all over the city for hours and find any number of places you can already do that. If we fought so long and so hard to maintain the type of lifestyle that we have out there, just to give it up because somebody owns a piece of property and wants to put 3 houses where 1 comfortably could be, I can't even fathom that.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, close the public hearing.
Your Honor, I was willing to listen to what Margot had to say, what these gentlemen were proposing. I too have talked to Commissioner Steinman, and again, the gentleman made a statement that if this was in and around my neighborhood, where I lived, what would I do? And I'm a firm believer that if I would put it in my neighborhood, I wouldn't put it in your neighborhood either. And so, Commissioner Steinman isn't here today. I would ask the applicants if they would be willing to hold this in abeyance until June 17th, because if I make a motion, I'm going to make a motion for denial.
I have no problem. I have no problem with that.
I didn't think you would.
Wanted to give you an idea of you can get 3 15,000 square foot houses on these lots.
I understand that, but
So that's a huge lot. It's 50,
It's what we have right around there, though. And what you're doing is, if you allow these 3 homes, you are taking away from the neighborhood. And this is not something that's from over here, because it's just like the one gentleman that talked. He has 5 houses backing up to his property in the back. We're talking about right in front of his house, right in front of his home. We got 3 homes on 2.5 acres, and you're asking us today to make 3 homes on 1 acre. And to me, it's just not palatable. I can't support that. And so my motion will be to hold items 110 and 111 in abeyance until June 17th.
All right, let's vote, please. Post.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Mr. Petroni. Is your dad Bob Petroni?
He sure is, Mr. Goodman.
Will you please tell him I say hi?
I will.
I appreciate that.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
For the gentleman, before you leave, you said something that caught my attention, the gentleman here. You said you could fit 3 15,000 square foot homes on that lot.
That is correct, sir.
15,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a large lot.
Okay.
And there's now 3
Acre.
large lots. They're almost half acre each.
It has a buildable footprint of about 7, maybe 8,000 square foot. Those are 15, almost 16,000 square foot lots. So with the setbacks, you still have a lot of square footage to build a home. Now, Mr. Shannon's talking about a 2-story.
7,500 single story.
Okay,
Okay.
well, we'll see
Thank you.
everybody back here on the 17th.
Someone's phone, sir.
Okay? All right, items. Where am I? Item 112 and 113. 112 is VAR 33775. Request for a variance to allow a 0-foot side and rear yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing accessory structure, Class 1. Number 113 is SUP 33981. Request for special use permit for an existing accessory structure, Class 1. The applicant owner is Michael and Camilla Goodwin, and the project is located at 1317 South 6th Street. Planning Commission recommends approval, and staff recommends denial for both items. These items are in Ward 3. They're public hearings, and they're now declared open. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if I can,
Yes.
before we get started here, I met with Mr. Goodwin. I went out to his house. We did have some concerns at the Planning Commission level, and just so we don't get into some of what we've had already today, Planning Commission did finally approve this with certain conditions. Mr. Goodwin is willing to put on record where this will never be a kitchen, or it's a little casita out in the back of this house. The house was built in like 1950 something, and it's down on 6th Street. It's a beautiful older residential home. He's a father with 2 little kids, and he's going to use this for a kind of a weight room for himself and an area for his wife to do their laundry and stuff. It does have 220. It is wired for 220. I guess Planning Commission was afraid that they'd have a kitchen out there. He's not going to build a kitchen. You willing to agree to that, or?
Yes, sir.
And it's a beautiful home. He's bought it. He's going to live there. He's not going to rent it out. And there are some old. He's had it inspected a couple different times, and I feel like that there's no problem there at this location.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard on this? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and your motion.
Margaret, could you help us with the conditions, please?
If I may, sir, on Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, on 113, if you wish to do so, the additional condition would be that there shall be no kitchen facilities within the accessory structure, and that would be an added condition to the SUP number 13.
And you agree to that, sir?
Yes, there was a conversation that we had when you were at the house that we were going to not require to have it permitted to 2009 permit standards, and that was one of the conditions, condition number.
That's when I want Marco to
If I may,
attack.
the requirement is simply that they must get their
Permits.
building permits, and the council nor the staff can waive any of that. They simply have to get the as-built and get that final through the building department.
That's all you got to do is just get the permits. That's it. They're not going to make you bring it up to today's standards. You're not going to have to go in there and spend a bunch of money to do that.
Okay, that was the understanding in the Planning Commission meeting, that they wanted it to be brought up to the standards as if I was building it today, and that was what I was concerned with having to do. And I believe that you were at the hearing.
The Planning Commission does not get involved in that.
Well, but again, though, he would have to tear it down and start all over again if he was to do that.
The building department works with the applicants and does what's called an as-built.
Right. We'll do fine.
You understand?
You'll work with our building department. They'll help you along.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay. Let me my motion on item 112, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And 113, please.
Thank you, Council.
To follow Planning Commission's and Planning Commission recommendation for approval of this item with the amended conditions.
All right, please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. You're fine. Item 114 is RQR 32942, required review. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is 305 Las Vegas LLC, required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 330 East Charleston Boulevard. The sign is 14-foot by 24 feet. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Ryan Arnold, 3225-B South Rainbow. Here today representing CBS Outdoor. Basically, want to say that we're aware this parcel has already been approved for a new project. That has been put on hold because of the current economic situation. We're also aware that there's other developments in this area. And having said that, we're willing to take a one-year review on this board and come back and revisit it and see if anything material has changed in the area.
Is that right, Mr. Scott?
Our code indicates a minimum 3 years now, Councilman. But if you want to put it 1 year, you're welcome to do that.
He just mentioned, not me.
Okay, that's fine.
He volunteered it.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Thanks, Ryan.
Folks, public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I'll make a motion for approval of item 114 with a 1 year review.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's vote.
If I may, just to clarify, so that would change condition 12. 2012 would become 2010.
Right.
As requested by the applicant.
Right. Okay, that's the motion. Please vote. Post.
Thank you.
Motion
Thanks,
carries.
Ryan.
Good luck. 115 is SUP 33730, special use permit. The applicant owner is L'Chaim 24 Fremont Property LLC. Request for special use permit for a beer, wine cooler off-sale establishment at 24 Fremont Street in Ward 5. And this is to be heard in conjunction with the morning session item 67, which is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer, wine cooler off-sale license subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes and Health Department regulations for G&G Fremont LLC, doing business as G&G 24 Fremont, and this is in Ward 5. Is the applicant present? Yes, sir. Come on up, please. It's a public hearing. I now declare it open. Be happy to hear from you, sir.
My name is Chaim Gabay, and we applied for the temporary license for the liquor for 24 Fremont, right on a Fremont Street experience. And any question I can answer?
Fine, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, a public hearing, if you'd like to be heard, this is the time. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And this is Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Just for clarification, you're 24 Fremont. Is that next to the Glitter Gulch?
Yes.
Okay, not that I hang out there, but I just wanted to verify the
We don't-
location.
we don't hang
You are
out
under the
whatsoever.
canopy, correct?
Huh?
You are under the canopy, right?
Under the canopy. That's correct.
Okay. Mayor, I would like to read this letter into the record on behalf of Mr. John Thompson, who is the general manager. And it states, Councilman Reese, Councilman Barlow, we are writing this letter to ask you for your consideration. We have been notified that the property owner of Western Village Property LLC at 321 Fremont, as well as the property owners at I guess it's pronounced El Chain?
Yeah, L'Chaim.
L'Chaim.
Oh, I'm sorry.
L'Chaim.
L'Chaim, thank you. 24 Fremont are applying for liquor licenses. This would create a problem for our company as well as any other companies on Fremont Street. The fact that there are many other stores within a short distance that sells packaged liquor, as well as the many bars and hotels and casinos that caters to everyone. On weekends and for special occasions and event bars are set up all along Fremont Street. We're not trying to we are not trying to deny our competitors from making a profit, but we feel new competition will have a large impact on our company as well as the companies that are already trying to profit by selling liquor. With the economy the way it exists today, we need any and all help and understanding we can get to keep our stores open for our employees and workers. We thank you for taking the time to consider our thoughts and concerns. Adding additional liquor outlets to Fremont Street will have an adverse effect on all existing businesses. The pie is only so big, and that is coming from Mr. John Thompson, who is the general manager. I wanted to read that into the record for the sake of Mr. Thompson sending that in. However, on Fremont Street, I know that Fremont Street, as well as the East Entertainment District, we do things in order to really provide more opportunity for tourists and residents to come and enjoy. the downtown area, and I have always been a supporter of activity in the downtown area to bring more people, and I don't believe that moving forward with approving this item would hamper or inhibit or put anyone out of business. I think it will bring more people, in my opinion, in what it is that we're trying to do. So thank you, Mr. Thompson, and all those who are opposed to this item. However, I am in support of it, of this item, and I look forward to you all maintaining your good business practices and do a good job for not only the Fremont Street corridor, but the entire Las Vegas Valley. So my motion at this time, Mayor, will be to move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Very good. That's on item 115.
Just one,
Yes.
if I could, Mr. Barlow.
Yes, sir.
Through you, would you mind putting in a 6-month review on this?
I'm sorry?
A 6-month review?
You said, am I?
Would you? Would you consider it? Because I got the next item.
Okay. Well, I'll consider a 6-month review. That's not a problem. You okay with a 6-month review? Coming back within 6 months to just see how everything works out within the next 6 months. You okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I don't have a problem with that condition, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, that's the motion then as
my
amended.
motion
If I
as
may,
amended.
would that be at a public hearing of the council or at the staff level?
That would be at the city council level.
Okay? So that would be an added condition, that there shall be a review at a public hearing of the city council 6 months after issuance of business license.
Thank you.
That is correct. Thank you, sir. Good luck to you.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. And on item 67.
Mayor,
Carla.
members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. Do you want to go ahead and read the item? I'm sorry.
I did.
Okay. The other condition that we would like to place on this license is that he meets the definition of a convenience store, which is found in 650.020. When we went out, he did have a gift store, and his store is large enough to be considered a convenience store, and we educated him on the 30% items that have to be in that store to be able to meet this definition.
You understand that, sir?
Yeah, absolutely.
And agree with
yeah,
that?
absolutely. I already met and we discussed it.
Okay.
And he's met all of our other requirements for consideration of this temporary license. So my recommendation would be approval subject to those additional conditions.
All right, thank you. Any questions? All right, Councilman?
Yes, I will move move for approval of this item subject to all conditions along with the 6-month review
All right,
coming
thank
back before council.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Okay, item 66 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval. No, pardon me.
116.
Yeah, 116 is SUP 33731, special use permit. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is L'Chaim Western Village Property LLC. Request for a special use permit for a beer, wine, cooler, off-sale establishment at 321 Fremont Street in Ward 3. And this is going to be heard in conjunction with the morning session, item 66, which is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of new beer, wine, cooler, off-sale license. Crazy Ely Western Village LLC, doing business as Crazy Ely Western Village at 321 Fremont Street, and this is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing as far as 116 is concerned, and is now declared open. I assume you're here on this item as well?
Yeah.
Please state your name for the record.
Chaim Gabay.
All right, and would you like to say anything to us at this time other than...
It's the same, we got two locations. The first location I mentioned, this is the other location on the 321 Fremont corner of 4th Street, and we're applying for the temporary liquor license. We just had remodeled the old store, and we together in conjunction with this, we putting also the liquor license.
Okay, thank you. All right, it's a public hearing, folks, if anyone would like to be heard. All right, we'll close the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would make a motion to follow the Planning Commission and the staff's recommendation for approval of this item with an added condition of a 6-month review.
All right.
At a public hearing of the council.
At a public hearing.
Thank you.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. And item 66.
Mayor, Council, we would like to add the same condition on this license as well, that he maintains the convenience store definition.
Is that agreeable, sir?
Yes, absolutely. We
Very good.
discussed that as well.
All right, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions and an added condition of 6 months review, please.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. 117 is SUP 33743, special use permit. The applicant is Leon Hacker. The owner is Alico Stewart Enterprises, Inc. Request for special use permit for a secondhand dealer, Class 3 jewelry and precious metals within an existing financial institution specified at 4399 Stewart Avenue, suite number 150. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Leon Hacker, 122 Ultra Drive, Henderson, Nevada. Due to the economy, one wants to expand one's business to try and make ends meet, and I'm expanding the business to try and incorporate something which I think may be conducive to that. So I am applying for that license, and I trust it will meet with your approval.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, John, I make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries, and good luck in your business.
Thank you.
All right. 119, Madam Clerk, you're instructed to please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. Item 120, would any member of the council wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? All right. 121 is citizens' participation. Public comments during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on, okay?
Deanne Wiesner, Wiesner, 1812 Shifting Winds, Las Vegas, Nevada. Is this available to put on the camera?
Can we have the overhead, please?
It probably doesn't show well. What it is an article from the Las Vegas Review-Journal. Since the last time I was here, I have appeared before you twice regarding domestic violence. Since the last time I appeared, highlighted there is a statistic. This is the state of Nevada, U.S. government statistic on their website. The death to children has quadrupled here in Las Vegas. Also, this appeared in the Las Vegas Review-Journal since I last appeared. And there are court procedures that are in air in the 8th Judicial District Court. I know this to be true from my own personal experience. The reason I'm here today is, again, I am asking, where is the protection order that I am being sued for? It's not been produced by Chief Justice Ritchie, who is the justice that was supposed to have issued it. It's not been produced by the domestic violence hearing master, Doninger, and I am here not to throw these people under the bus. They walked under there themselves. They have not followed court procedure. I'm not the only mom going through this. This particular mother has been going through this for 9 years. I've been going through it for 6 years. There's a problem in the 8th Judicial District, family division with protection orders, and we victims of domestic violence, me and my daughter included in that, are not being heard, not receiving equal protection of the law from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And we have been advised, because when there's a custodial issue, they will not arrest the person who committed the crime. Is there any way I can meet with you, Mayor Goodman, regarding this matter?
Unfortunately, I don't have jurisdiction over any of those entities that you spoke about.
but you do have the purse strings to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police
Well,
Department.
I don't. We certainly have fiscal affairs, and they're trying to take those away from us. So why don't you see me after the legislative session? No. In all sincerity, I've been advised, and correct me if I'm wrong, I've been advised that I shouldn't meet with her because of the counterclaim that's been filed against the city.
There's currently an ongoing lawsuit with regard to Ms. Wiesner in our municipal court. We are pursuing her as a result of violations of a protective order. She had countersued us for certain allegations that she's alleging.
Can you produce that countersuit, sir?
Yes, you gave it to me.
Okay.
Okay,
Would you produce it?
I will do that. Yes, I
Okay.
will.
As long as you're doing that, can you produce the TPO that you are saying that I violated?
Our criminal division. Do you have an attorney that represents you in the municipal court?
I am representing myself.
Okay,
I know you cannot because
you can
Chief
get
Justice
discovery
Ritchie.
from the municipal court. If you order discovery from our criminal division in the Regional Justice Center, they will provide you with all the information that they are
I
prosecuting.
have all their information. There is no TPO.
Okay. Well,
You're suing me for something that doesn't exist.
It should be an
I know
easy
that
case to win then.
Well, I don't want you to argue back and forth. This is not the place for that. But
Does that mean then, sir, your response it sounds like these crimes can continue?
no, that's not what we're saying.
Because,
no,
because
ma'am,
there's a lawsuit?
that's not what we're saying. You asked to speak to me, and there are certain prohibitions when you're in a lawsuit to speak to the opposing party. And the attorney for the city is advising me that I can't speak to you as long as that lawsuit is outstanding. It's that simple.
Okay. May I speak to you about the crimes being committed to me and my daughter separate from that? That occurred on December 16th.
As I said, I don't have any jurisdiction over it. If you're looking for a priest or somebody to have a conversation with, that's fine. But I can't help you.
I'm asking to speak to you regarding crimes being committed not only to me and other mothers, but the children's death rate has quadrupled.
You tell me, I speak to anybody and everybody. If I'm permitted to speak to her, I'll let her talk to me. I'm not going to say anything back to her. I'll listen to her if that's what she wants. If I can do it, tell me if I can. Tell me if I can't. Tell me.
Sir, you can speak with her with regard to any other items you'd like to, but there is ongoing litigation. I just have a concern.
And I agree with you because it's going to be used against us. If I blink, it's going to be used against us.
Like I said, I would recommend not speaking with her because of this ongoing litigation. Right. Once that litigation's done, you can speak with her at will.
All right. That's it.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Next, please.
How are you today?
Fine,
Thank you very much for your time. There's 6 copies of each of these there. My name is Blake Rothbard. I would like to make you aware of a situation that exists with the City Attorney's Office, specifically the Deputy City Attorney Martin C. Orsinelli, who knowingly falsified court records. Summarize this case, it involves a state trooper who falsified his police report to give himself probable cause to pull my vehicle over. The City Attorney's Office knew that the case had no merit, proceeded to prosecute anyway. When a judge saw the injustice and dismissed it, City Attorney's Office falsified information in an appellate brief in order to get the dismissal overturned. This is not the ethical or professional conduct we should see in our officers of court. Since this is probably not an isolated incident, and I do not want to see a murderer or rapist go free because of negligence in their prosecuting case, I ask that the City Council take appropriate measures in this matter. And along with the complaint, I hand-delivered a complaint to Mayor's office and had no response.
When was that?
Excuse me?
When was that?
I hand-delivered that back in March.
To whom?
To your office.
To whom?
To your secretary and the person who sits at the front desk there.
I never saw it.
Well, I'm not saying you did, sir, and I wouldn't attempt to say that. I did hand-deliver to your office so you wouldn't know about this matter. Now, the fact is that these people falsified records. I've got them all right there to show you. The officer admitted at DMV hearing that he falsified his police report, and in doing so, he committed obstruction of justice, along with the city attorney's office who committed obstruction. Now, this case was brought into court 13 times so far on this case. They filed an appeal, which must have cost the city taxpayers money. Now, all this money they've spent on prosecuting for what? I didn't even do anything. There was a temporary plate clearly on the back of the car. The officer clearly lied about what he was trying to pull the vehicle over for. And there is no doubt that these people should have some discretion, some disciplinary action taken against them.
Okay, what we'll do is this. I'll ask our city attorney who's sitting there to check this out, to brief me on it. If Mr. Rothbard will leave a telephone number, I'll get back to him, let him know what, if anything, we could do.
We will do that, sir.
Fair enough. If you'd be kind enough to leave your number with the clerk, we'll get back to you.
Sure.
Unless it's on any of these documents.
No, I may have forgotten.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next, please.
This is part of the public hearing, right?
This is a citizen's participation.
Well, it's citizens. First of all, I'd like to say good afternoon to you, Honorable Mayor Goodman. Also,
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, city councilmen, and the city attorney, and also the staff. With your permission, I would like to...
Your name, please.
My name is Calvin Futrell, and with your permission, I would like to
Use the overhead,
contribute
sure.
to my nephew before I say anything about the
All
city
right, fine.
police. As I have on your overhead, this here is my nephew who just lost his life in Baghdad, Iraq. His sunrise was September 29th, 1982, and his sunset was March 25th of this year, 2009.
Please accept our condolences.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, by the name, his name is Raphael Futrell. This is my nephew, and I love him with a passion. What I have to say about the city, I've been a resident here since 1992, and I am so honored to be part of the history of what you have done for this city personally, Honorable Mayor Goodman, and what the City Council have done. Councilman Barlow, he's been working with me since 2009. I take care of area from Las Vegas Boulevard to Maryland Parkway, from Bonanza all the way to Harrison. And I have worked with these people for all these years, since 1998. But since 2000, Ricky Barlow, Councilman Barlow, has been very supportive of everything I've done over there. And I just want to say I appreciate everything that this city have done, and I'm proud to be part of the history of this city.
Thank you very much for coming down here today. And when I say accept our condolences, I mean that.
All right, thank you very much. And you still owe me a suit.
Oh, now I know where I saw you. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I know. Councilman Barlow's dressing pretty good, though, these days.
Yeah, but he's bigger than me, Mayor. You guys are about the same size.
All right, fair enough. Thanks for coming down. Okay, would anyone else like to be heard now? Ladies? Okay, very good. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. The meeting's adjourned.